commented on the video game featuring Bruce Lee and Freddie Lee.
Right.
So he's pretty active on that video, and he just asked me spontaneously saying, do you still hate Freddie?
Right.
I said I just said I don't want to hate nobody.
So you were saying they expect you. I mean, people like
Yeah.
that are expecting you to
kind of
to perpetuate it.
Group. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I find that myself.
Right. Well, there's Kenny. I'm sure you know Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would jump on the wagon and say, "Come on, Sour, come on, man, hate on Freddie," that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just said, man, that's beyond what I would do to Freddie, because, as I said, Freddie and I don't know each other.
Right.
And even though I don't like his behavior towards, people who are gay or feminine, men who are feminine and that kind of thing, I think going beyond that is just wasting my time, really.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
a lot of the stuff around Freddie is getting to be a waste of time for me. I mean,
right.
I don't mind responding to people's questions, because I know there's still people tied up with that, and I feel in a way, responsible to at least address direct questions from those people. But personally, all of Freddie and his FMK stuff is a world away from what I'm doing right now, and I don't think about it on a on any kind of basis.
Think about it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to think about it on a daily basis, because, like I said, I mean, his YouTube channel's gone. His Vimeo is boring now. There's
Right.
It's not like before. So I don't dwell my time on his issues. By the way, I just wanna ask, because I'm really curious about your MacBook. What type of MacBook is it?
It's a MacBook Pro, and I'm not really sure what all of its capacities are.
What year did you buy it?
This is about a year old, this one.
Oh, I see. So it's a Retina screen, I suppose?
I don't know.
Okay. The reason I ask is because there's been a lawsuit against Apple regarding MacBook Pros.
Oh, yeah.
Saying that Apple has been willfully trying to conceal damages and defects while they're building these MacBook Pros. Because I'm also using a MacBook Pro, and I bought it pretty much like 4 years ago. And the graphics chip is pretty much burned out. So I can't really see anything on my monitor unless I take away the display driver.
Oh, really?
So and as it turns out, this is not just my problem. This is a problem that thousands of people have.
Huh.
And so what happens is they're preparing a lawsuit in California and other states against Apple.
Right.
They're accusing Apple of willfully concealing a defect back, 4 years ago when they designed this.
Huh.
So that's an interesting case, and I'm following it very closely just to see what happens, because my machine is directly affected by this.
Right. Yeah, I've had no problems with my laptop.
Well, yeah, right now no problems, but I don't know what's going to happen in 2 years' time, because I don't have any more trust with Apple products anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, this is my
I'll be honest. When was the last time you used a Windows-based PC product?
Well, see, the funny thing is, okay, the last time I used was, well, it was about 4 years ago.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, the funny thing is, I'm running Windows right now on a MacBook.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm running it full time. I've never touched Mac OS.
Huh.
And the thing is, because of the defect that I have, I cannot use a Mac OS. I have to use a Windows. Windows will work, but their own OS will not. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I've never had any problems with the Macs. The only, okay, I can't say I've never had any problems, but the one problem that I can identify that I've ever had with a Mac is that when I go into Microsoft Word on a Mac, I cannot use the what is it called when you're editing someone else's work, someone else's paper or something like that, and you want to show all of your edits. I forget what there's a technical name for it. But for instance, I'm working with a grad student right now, and in order for me to edit her work in Microsoft and show it to her, show her, how I'm making, the edits and the suggestions and all that stuff that I'm doing in my review, I have to go onto a PC with a Windows-based operation system. And it drives me crazy because the PC is so fucking slow compared to Mac.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
How so? But, I mean, it depends on what kind of PC you have, though.
Yeah, this is like I don't know what the brand name is, but it's a brand new laptop that my college bought. We got a little grant, and we bought a bunch of like 16 laptops that are brand new for our students to check out and use, whatever for their homework or what have you. So I grabbed one of those to work on this paper because I couldn't do it on Mac and show the edits on it. And I guess that's a common problem. The program when it's on Mac, Microsoft Word when it's on Mac, and you try to do that editing on there, the program ends up it's not only it's slow, it ends up freezing the program. Like the whole thing just shuts down.
That's a very common situation, especially with competing companies.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft deliberately do that.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. So. Yeah. This is why I bought the Mac because I heard a lot of good things about iPhones and iPads and so I bought a Mac just to see how well trusted this MacBook really is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turned out after about 3 years of usage, exactly 3 years, the CPU burned out. And as I said, I called Apple customer service, and they said that we don't have a program yet to replace all MacBook Pros bought in 2011.
Right.
So I checked on Facebook groups, and it turns out there's thousands of people having the same exact problem. So that just tells you something. If other people are having the same problem, this is not because of my habits of using the computer.
Right.
This is surely a defect.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, like, okay, well, if it's so clear that's a defect, I mean, you show this thing to a judge. I'm pretty sure the judge is going to agree with all of us that it is a defect. And yet Apple's just trying to be cocky and and cool about this by not admitting, yeah, we made a mistake, you know.
Yeah,
We'll fix everybody. We'll fix everything.
it must be a really specific unit, because I also have, like, I have two MacBook Pros here.
Oh, yeah?
This one that I'm using right now is about a year old, and then I've got
Uh-huh.
another one that's probably 4 years old,
Oh, there you
and
go.
that one I use down in the basement for the Gracie Garage stuff. And
Uh-huh.
the only reason that I brought it down there is because the only reason I bought a whole different MacBook Pro was because, number one, my bird had stolen a couple of the keys from the keyboard, and
Oh, yeah? How's
it
that so? I mean, how did he do that?
oh, he just I had the computer open, and I walked away from it, and he came in and ripped some of the keys out.
That's incredible.
Took them and hit them somewhere.
But
Yeah.
that's incredible. I had no idea crows can do that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
And then the other thing was the battery in that one never held a charge very well. I think it was a faulty battery to begin with.
Oh, yeah.
But I keep it plugged into the wall downstairs now, and I use it for, I pull up the Gracie curriculum when we're training down there, and I do Skype sessions down there with people and stuff like that, and it works pretty well. And that's got to be a 2010 or 2011, so I think it's probably, and all the other programs that I ever used on there worked just fine. I never tried the one problem that I was talking about with the Microsoft Word editing.
Yeah.
But every other program that I've ever used on there works fine. So I think what you're experiencing has to be very specific to a certain, must be a certain production or a very specific unit or something that's going on. Because in general, like I've had extremely good experiences with Mac. I would never switch back to a PC, at least not now, and until there's some kind of brand or model of PC that really proves itself superior to a Mac. I find right now there's nothing better than a Mac.
Yeah, I used to feel that way. When I was, using my Mac for the second year.
Mm.
But when it broke down last year, I just said, you know what? This is a pretty expensive machine, and Apple's not doing anything about it.
Mm.
So I kind of feel discouraged.
Yeah, well,
I lost my hope.
They are spendy, and their stuff doesn't last forever. I got an iPad right now that's starting to fail on me. I know I'm gonna have to replace it. I know it's gonna be around $1,000. But stuff wears out.
Right. But I'm just saying that you talked about a very specific type of manufacture.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that was the case, then I must argue then Apple did a really good job fucking up, thousands of people's machines.
Yeah.
I mean, let's say if it was maybe just 10 of us, okay, I'll give Apple the credit.
Right.
But there's like over 20,000 MacBook Pro 2011 users that have the same exact problem. So there must be something wrong at the Foxconn, factory. With that batch of machines, I suppose.
Yeah, I would think so. If it's all around a 2011 machine, and it's the same problem, then they have to concede that there was something messed up that year in that factory that was putting out these computers with whatever the problem is.
Well, Apple's argument is that, okay, we sell millions of machines every year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. And then they're saying, well, there's only like about 2% or 1% of you that have this problem, whereas the 99% don't. So why should we fix you? You know.
Right.
Well, my point here is, it's not just one or two people having the same problem. It's thousands. I mean, you know, and you're having, it's obviously some kind of a manufacturing defect that happened on a particular day on a particular line.
Right.
So I just think Apple should take responsibility, even if we're the minorities, you know.
Yeah.
Still customers.
If it was that small a percentage of customers or of computers, you would think that they would go ahead and guarantee it and cover it.
Yeah, exactly.
Replace it or whatever. But if they're not, it suggests that there's actually a lot more people, and they don't want to do it because it wouldn't be cost effective. They wouldn't be keeping customers by doing that. You know, they'd be actually spending a bunch of money that would put them in a hole in some way. You know.
But you see, the thing is, if they do finally admit and create this program, this replacement program,
mm-hmm.
it would really hike up Apple's image. You know, people like you and me would really begin to trust Apple, not only for amazing products, but also customer service.
Yeah, well, for the most part, I'm already there. Like I'm on Team Apple.
Yeah.
All the way to date. I had at one time bought a bunch of their stock, and I made some money off of them. I was happy about that. And as far as their technologies go, I use iPhones, I use iPads, I use MacBook Pro, and I use the computer that's in my office at work is a Mac. I love Mac. I didn't used to. I was totally sold on PC, and I wasn't changing because I thought all my little peripherals and crap aren't going to work if I change into Mac, and that was true, but I didn't realize how superior the technologies and applications were on Mac. So I resisted for a long time, and then I was finally convinced to change over to an iPhone, and when I did that, I started perceiving Mac in a different light, and eventually changed everything over. And I've been totally happy with my experience with Mac.
That's the problem, because Apple has such loyalty among their customers. They feel, well, there's only 1% of you guys who hate Apple, so we're just going to forget about it.
Yeah, see, that's unfortunate.
In a way, I see Apple as bullying their minority customers.
Right.
It's a sign of bullying, because if Apple was in a state of I don't know, like Enron, then I'm pretty sure they would do everything in their power to make each and every one of their customers happy.
Right.
But Apple, as you know, is almost $1 trillion company.
Oh, it's huge, yeah.
Huge, yeah. They're bigger than Microsoft. So, you know, they're in a position of power, which means they can afford to ignore certain kinds of customers, like me.
Right.
You know, so it's a sign of bullying, and there's no doubt about that. They've got the money, that's for sure.
They do. They've got a ton of money, and I wish now that I had actually kept my investments with them, because they've grown so massive. You know.
And that's the thing about, you know, these companies, you know, who are prosperous. I mean, if you look at Microsoft, they're kind of going down a little bit.
Oh, but, going down a lot, I would say.
Yeah, but just a few days ago, they showed off a brand new product, which is called the HoloLens, which is really, really cool. It beats Google Glass. It beats Apple Watch by 1 million.
Really?
Yeah, because, you know, Windows, I'm not sure if you know of Windows 10.
Yeah, I don't know, unless unless it's the version that is being used on that laptop that we just bought that I'm playing
No,
with.
no,
But
it's not.
okay,
The thing is HoloLens allows you to, for example, Skype with somebody, seeing them as if they're in your living room.
yeah, no,
That's what,
that's
that's the future.
right.
So right now, I would be seeing you sitting down in your living room, having your Inca chips, for example.
Yeah, I'm
You know,
actually
that's
eating. By the way, I'm munching on some organic blue corn tortilla chips
oh yeah.
and homemade salsa, as per your suggestion.
You know, funny because blue corn. I could never see. That's the problem with food in this country is they have nothing here. There's no import. The people here are so damn poor that they
This
can't
country, you're
afford.
talking about Indonesia, right? We should make that clear for the video.
Oh yeah, of course,
Hmm.
definitely. I'm not talking about Canada. Canada is definitely heaven, man.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking about I'm talking about where I am right now. There's nothing. There's no Lay's potato chips. There's definitely no blue corn tortilla chips.
right,
I
right.
can't get them.
Yeah,
You can,
can you get
yeah.
tortilla chips at all there?
Well, you can, but they're locally made. They're
Huh.
not. They're not from the U.S. or Canada. So,
Right. Did they taste different?
I don't know. They taste a little different, yeah.
Hmm.
But I wouldn't eat too much of them because, you know, they. I'm sure they have some bad ingredients, preservatives, and all that stuff. So,
Yeah, I
no.
was looking into it today after, your comments from this morning,
Yeah.
and most tortilla chips are not just corn flour and oil and salt. Most of them have sugar and other preservatives added.
Yeah.
And so I went looking this afternoon and I found an organic tortilla chip that is, as clean as it can be, right?
I just want to ask,
Mm,
you know those yellow corn tortilla chips,
yeah,
the normal ones, yeah.
yeah.
So I'm just wondering why did you choose the blue ones? What's the difference?
There's really not a difference between blue and yellow and white corn. Um, I don't know. For some reason, I like to choose. I like the blue because I don't know how much genetic manipulation has occurred with the blue kernel corn as yet. I know that pretty much every yellow corn you get right now is a Monsanto brand variety. And I don't know if that's the case with the blue corn. It could very well be, I could be fooling myself.
Well, yeah.
But the old style corn was, multicolored grains, eh?
Well, the reason I asked is because it seems to me like a lot of Americans, I guess North Americans,
Hmm.
they almost all of them eat blue corn tortilla chips.
Right.
I have never seen them eating the regular, well, at least the corns they have here, which is the yellow chips.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know, a lot of singers and celebrities they like to snack on the blue corn tortilla chips.
Yeah, I
So
like yellow corn too. I eat a lot of yellow corn in general. If you've watched my videos over the
oh
last
yeah,
month,
yeah.
you see I eat lots of yellow corn.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is you eat them raw, which I can't really I can't imagine.
It's really sweet. It's better than cooked. It's like any vegetable.
Yeah.
If you eat it raw, it's better than cooked.
It is, but I'm the kind of person that likes good tasting food.
Right.
So I prefer them. I prefer corn boiled because it tastes better.
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
If you no, if you try it raw, I guarantee you're gonna like the taste of it raw better than cooked. It's like any other vegetable or fruit. If you cook it, it waters down the taste. It bleaches it
But
out.
do you? Well, the thing is, I like to put salt on my corn.
Oh yeah.
So I like to boil them up if I have them. I haven't eaten corn for years,
Hmm.
like I don't know, five years.
Right.
But when I do eat them, I boil them up and I season them up with salt,
Hmm.
and it's the best. I can't imagine doing that with a raw corn.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you need salt with a raw corn because there's so much flavor to it. Um, when I do cook corn, sometimes I'll boil it. Usually I put butter on any kind of cooked corn, whether I boil it as a corn on the cob or whether I nuke it as just corn kernels. Um, or I if I barbecue corn, sometimes Mahoney will make a mix. It'll be like butter with chili powder in it,
Hmm.
and I'll slather that on the corn and wrap it in tin foil and barbecue it.
Oh yeah, speaking about your wife, I remember seeing a video of you taking some pumpkins away from one of your neighbors a few
Yeah,
months ago.
yeah,
You said it's such a waste, and you couldn't believe why your neighbors would just leave pumpkins outside and throw them away
right,
when they're perfectly usable as food.
right.
So I'm just wondering, in Canada, is it legal to do that, to take food away from your neighbors?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's legal to steal from their trash or whatever, but
Yeah, because I'm not sure how well the laws are enforced in Canada, but I kind of question myself, what you did with the taking food from people's trash.
right.
But then again, I suppose if they're throwing it, if they're throwing it away, I don't think they have any problems with it.
Yeah, they're throwing it out anyway.
Right.
I don't know if it's legal or not, but to me, it's the ethical thing to do. They're throwing away good food, and they just
Oh
see it
yeah.
as a decoration, you know.
Yeah. Right.
So, mm.
So what do you make? I mean, I know you make a lot of variety of food out of this pumpkin. So you make these baked salty pumpkin seeds,
Right.
and then you make what is it? I don't know. I mean, I seen your wife digging into the pumpkins and making something. I don't know what that is. It pumpkin pie or something?
She makes pumpkin pie. She made a really nice pumpkin cheesecake. That was the first time she's made the pumpkin cheesecake. About
Oh yeah.
about a month ago. That was really good.
Right. Yeah.
We used to use pumpkin a lot for. We had an older dog, and the fiber in the pumpkin helped her pass food really well. So we used to grow pumpkins a lot just for our older dog. We'd cook them
Right.
and then we put them in the freezer and thaw them out, and we'd mix a little with her food so that she would be able to pass the food. Um, I've put pumpkin into my breakfast smoothies. The cooked pumpkin. Can make pumpkin bread with it. That's one of the things I've been thinking about with this new diet, is trying to figure out ways to make like breads that are clean enough nutrition wise that I would allow myself to eat them. Um, and a pumpkin bread is something that's been kind of heavy on my mind.
I'm just curious because I saw your detox videos. Because
Yeah.
now with the new year coming out, 2015, you promised to set some goals for your
Right.
diet.
Yeah.
I noticed at one point you showed me. I mean, you showed a video of your lunch, which consisted of corn, carrots, just 4 different types of raw food. Is that all you eat for lunch?
Yeah.
Wow,
On
that's
on that day it was. I mean, things have different days. I do different things. Like, just the other day for lunch. I think just yesterday for lunch I had mashed potatoes with some venison. With some of the juices from the slow cooked venison mixed in there, so it's almost like a gravy with venison and mashed potatoes. That's a really hearty meal. Other days I have just brought like maybe a small piece of meat, a vegetable, a grain, a fruit, and just ate that. You know.
yeah.
Um, yeah, it all depends on the day and what my hunger's been like. Today has been a bad day for me for the most part. Um, it's been
And,
it's the end of my 4th week of the diet, and I kind of, because 4 weeks basically adds up to a month or whatever. I kind of had this idea that after week 4, as I switched into week 5, I'd pick up the pace, right? I'd do something, I'd get a little more drastic even. And um, so today, knowing that tomorrow I'm going to shift out of some things, I've been in a way kind of like binging. So like I drank coffee all day long,
oh gosh,
knowing that tomorrow is the day that I'm going to stop allowing myself to have daily coffee. I'm just going to use it as a treat, once in a while. Um, but not because normally coffee is my morning drink every day.
yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it's no good. You know.
I mean, I've drank coffee once in my life, and I know I just started peeing a lot,
Yeah.
and I never get addicted to coffee. That's the funny thing. I remember when I was in the States drinking coffee for every single day for 1 week, and I quit already. I just quit,
Right.
and I just kind of started drinking fruit juice and water.
Hmm.
That's it. I mean, nowadays I drink some tea, but I realize I put a lot of sugar in tea, and that's not good.
Right.
So right now I'm just sticking with water, and that's it. I wish I had lime water, but I don't have lime, so
You can throw some other fruit in there. I mean, I use lime, but you could very easily use. There must be some kind of in Java. There must be some kind of citrus fruits.
yeah, yeah, there is. But well, I mean, the thing is, Indonesia is a weird place. It's not exactly a free country,
What do you mean?
if you know. Well, it's pretty dangerous to walk out there and go shopping, for example.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, people don't tell you this, but if you live here long enough for months or even years, you'll know that Indonesia is not exactly like Canada, where you can just go out freely and buy whatever you want.
Hmm.
Because the thing is, the people here are so poor that if you look different, if you don't look like them,
Right.
they'll think you're rich.
Yeah.
And soon enough, you're gonna have a bunch of these village people coming over to you asking you for money,
Right.
and that's when trouble starts.
Hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty bad over here. It's kind of like
It's impoverished.
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean
much.
that's
Not
pretty.
as
I mean, what you're describing to me, it sounds like the same kind of social conditions that would occur in any impoverished area.
pretty much.
Even
Yeah.
even in North America, if you went to live in a really impoverished place for several months and people saw you, you're able to go grocery shopping and this and that, and you look a little different.
Yeah.
They're gonna start looking to you and asking for money.
Really? In North America?
Oh yeah.
You're kidding me, right?
No.
Where? I mean,
Anywhere that's impoverished.
well, I don't know any city in the U.S. that is impoverished. Do you know any
Not
cities?
not an entire city, but there's often subsections of cities. Like when I lived in Boston, for instance, I lived in Boston for 4 years, and there's a part of the city called Jamaica Plains, and I was working there for a little bit. I was working for Greenpeace actually, and they had an office there. But that was a really, fairly impoverished area of the city, and that would be an area where, I felt fairly uncomfortable on the streets.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly how I feel over here. Is the guards. I mean, this is a corrupted country. That's the one thing people have to understand is there's no law here.
No law?
Whatever happened, no law at all. I mean, but yes, there is a law, but it's not enforced, meaning that the police are corrupted.
Oh yeah.
The police here are deeply corrupt, and which is to say that if something happens to you, if somebody steals your money or if something bad happens to you, there will be no law to help you out. That means
Right.
if you call the police, what they're gonna do is, well, do you have any money?
Mm.
Because if you're not gonna give me money, I'm gonna arrest you right now and put you in jail with no charge.
Right.
In fact, I don't know if you've heard about this, but in Jakarta, there is this Canadian teacher, all right, who was jailed on the accusation that he raped three boys, basically.
No, I haven't heard of
Three,
that.
yeah, three young boys, and there was no charge, no evidence, and he's been detained since July last year. So this is what happens when you have a country like where I am now. You can't call the police because they won't help you.
Right.
They'll just arrest you and they'll violate your human rights, and that's the thing. Every time I go out shopping, there'll be these guards, staring at me. Especially when I come back carrying these bags of food and luxuries that they could never afford.
Right.
The minimum wage over here is about $100 a month.
Oh.
That's the minimum wage over here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I'm pretty sure these guards earn about $100 a month. That's nothing. That's nothing.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, even in this country, you can't afford basic needs. I mean, they have to skip meals just to survive. So when they see me carrying food, ham, cheese, sausage, potato chips, they're like staring at me.
Right.
And oftentimes, if you don't give them something like some drink or food, they're gonna treat you pretty badly.
Right.
Meaning that if anything happens to you, they're not gonna do anything, or they're gonna gossip about you. They're just gonna make you feel really uncomfortable, just because you're a foreigner and they think you're super rich.
Yeah, well, you've obviously got more than them, though, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so that's...
But again, it's jealousy. It's absolute jealousy.
Right.
The look in their eyes spells jealousy. It's not even envious. It's not like, wow, sir, you're wealthy. No, it's more like, I want what you have. That
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
That intense jealousy in their eyes. As you walk to the apartment carrying your groceries with your car, especially with your car. Most of these people can't afford cars. They can afford motorcycles, and that's it.
Yeah.
So that's the problem here. You know, you got to be careful wherever you go in this country because everybody's poor. Almost everybody,
Right.
unless you're a foreigner. Yeah.
How did you come to be there anyway?
Well, I'm here with my parents
Oh yeah.
because they work here. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing, my parents, they work here, so I just come here and visit them.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the thing,
I figured it had something to do with work. I thought maybe you had some employment there or something like that.
no employment. I told you last time I'm not employed anything because I have my own little business.
Right.
So I don't even work. People work for me. So that's the situation.
Right.
But again, I mean, the States. I lived in New York, and as you say, some parts are dangerous, other parts are not.
Yeah,
But man,
exactly. Yeah.
but nowhere does it get more dangerous than this country. I tell you, because, for example, in New York, if you live in certain parts of the neighborhood, especially where there's a lot of African Americans,
Right.
then you get stares. You get a lot of stares.
Right.
At you, because I used to live I used to live in Jamaica.
Right.
And Jamaica, New York, as you know, is predominantly African American.
Right.
And when I walk down the street, I get stares everywhere I go because I look different. And man, it just makes me very uncomfortable.
Right.
But that's okay because I could still go out, do my shopping, come back. And if I really feel bad about this place, I could always just move upstate to Manhattan and live there, and I'll be fine because there's plenty of rich people there.
Right.
But in this country, I can't do that. There's nowhere to move. The only way I could do that is move out of the country and live in a more homogeneous place.
There's no like affluent sections of Jakarta?
Well, that's the problem. You see, affluent places, every time you go out, there's these poor Indonesians.
Right.
The affluent people, they pretty much hide in their own apartment. And when they do go out, they usually go out with a bunch of people. They never go out alone.
Really, hey?
Yeah, that's it. When you walk down the street, in fact, I'll tell you what, the affluent people never walk in the streets. They always drive a car because it's just too dangerous.
Wow.
It's too dangerous. You have to drive a car.
Huh.
In fact, the first time I got to Indonesia, I was so naive. I walked in the street once, and you have no idea. There were like 20 motorcycles just passing by me, staring at me. And there's even one guy, all of a sudden, he was kind of, he was on his way on a motorbike. And all of a sudden, he stopped right in front, right in the middle. And he just stared at me. He didn't say anything. I just walked past him. And he kept looking.
Wow.
But he didn't do anything. Because it was daylight.
Right.
But I was pretty sure if it was, midnight or wee hours, I'm sure he would have done something.
Huh.
But because it was daylight and there were security guards right next door, right opposite me, he didn't do anything. But he stopped right there just to check me out. So that's how bad it is. And I talked to my parents and I asked them, what's going on? Well, you got to be careful. So that's what happens.
Are there? I mean, obviously, there's not a lot of white people in Indonesia.
Oh gosh, I mean, in Jakarta, there's quite a few, but like I said, most of these people are hiding in hotels or offices.
Right.
You'll never see a white person walk out the streets alone. You know, you might if you ever see white people, it's usually white men walking with at least two or three more white men.
Huh.
Yeah, it's never just one white guy walking alone. Never. Because he knows he would be whacked.
Right.
People will be asking him for money. That's how it is. Yes, there's a lot of white people in Jakarta, but they're just not walking down the street. That's all.
Huh.
Yeah, that's how bad it is here.
So, you know, is it just because people are begging, or are they going to get violent? You know?
Oh, well, that's a good question. They don't really beg. They just kind of push you around. Because I remember I was driving with my previous friend up to the mountains, and this one Indonesian guy started kind of using his body to kind of touch me and push me around, asking me if I want to stay in his hotel.
Right.
So that's how people are here. They're just desperate. You can see the desperation in their eyes.
Right.
I mean, you may be an average Canadian in Canada, but when you arrive here, you'll be a rich man.
Yeah.
Because you make 300 times more than they do. And you would be looked at the same way. With this jealous eyes, and you'd be pushed around by these Indonesians asking for money, basically.
Right.
If you don't give it to them, most likely they won't be violent. But if there's a group of people, if there's like 20 of them, they might take advantage of that and do something.
Yeah.
But like I said, I've never been pushed around by these Indonesians asking for money. They would just ask for money and that's it. In fact, the women here are pretty aggressive, and they will be asking for money. Like some of these young girls, they would just come up to you and ask you for money.
Right.
With nothing in exchange, nothing. No services done. They just ask for money.
Right.
And so this is why, number one, you don't walk in the streets in Jakarta or any other city. Always and taxis, you have to be careful with taxis, because most taxis can be dangerous. If they know you're a foreigner, if you don't look like them, they'll take you to a remote place, and they'll be like their friends over there waiting for you. And they're all going to be demanding money from you. So it's kind of like kidnapping in a way.
Right.
Kidnapping, but there's no guns. There's no weapons. So I'm pretty sure that if you were here, you can easily kick their asses.
Yeah.
Unless they know Salat.
Right.
But that's the situation here. It's a desperate country. It's like one of those African nations, and the people are just deeply jealous of what you have and what they don't have.
Yeah, well,
they want a piece of it.
It's just the typical thing. I mean, I'm fortunate to have been born just by the luck of the throw of the dice in North America, as a white guy in a place where um, everything economically turns in my favor.
Absolutely, because if you were African American or Latino, it wouldn't be in your favor.
That's right. Exactly.
That's for sure. So you're lucky to be white in America because that's what they look up to.
Right. Well, it's not even looking up to. It's just that it happens to be the fact of the matter right now is,
Yeah. Absolutely. But that's the reason why there's the Ferguson shootings and the Eric Garner shootings. The same thing. They're blaming the cops for it, and black people are angry. They're just angry and bitter. The same thing in Indonesia.
Right.
Indonesians are angry because, the foreigners are coming in here with their money, buying everything, having comfort and luxury while they suffer outside doing agricultural work or guarding the place for 24 hours with no sleep. Sometimes I would go downstairs and these guards would be staring at me because I didn't give them anything. I didn't give them food or money.
Yeah.
They feel offended,
Right.
insulted that you didn't give them your attention.
Yeah. Why are they guarding you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're guarding me for their own life.
Yeah. But Indonesia is a really weird place. Eh? It's kind of a really weird, twisted.
Oh, it's highly twisted. It's Indonesia is one of the most corrupted nations in the world. There is no law here. Yes, they say there's law and all that, but there is no law.
Sorry, cutting you off.
The police here are corrupted. That's the truth. I mentioned the case with the Canadian teacher.
Right.
He's been held up for what? For more than 6 months, and there's no charge. I mean, in the U.S., that would be a human rights violation.
Well, not if you're in Guantanamo.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that, but my point is, if there's no evidence against you, you see, this country is more like you're guilty until proven innocent.
That is the case with some things in the United States as well, though.
Really?
Yeah, if you're
kidding me, right?
No, ever since 9/11, we have enforced that kind of bullying. Where you got guys that are being arrested on the suspicion of being affiliated with terrorism, being brought into these prisons like Guantanamo, but there's other places, and they're being held without any charges, without any contact with anybody outside, possibly being tortured. There's corruption in the Americas as well.
Yeah, but not as widespread as it is here.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean,
yeah,
that kind of corruption is against terrorism, against Afghans, and the terrorists. I think that's understandable because after what happened with 9/11.
Yeah, it is and it isn't, because there's a lot of controversy over 9/11 and who that actually involved and what was going on there and all that jazz. It's hard to say who's the terrorist. In a way, the United States is the world terrorist. Yeah, well,
now you're saying, yeah. Think about it. You might be right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, but a place like Indonesia, what's trippy about it is it seems to be this it's such a to me it's such a far-flung place. It's nowhere I'd probably even ever visit, but it seems to be this place that draws certain factions. I mean, isn't the predominant religion there like Muslim?
That's right. That's right.
But that's not an indigenous religion to that place. It just happens to be now the predominant religion, right? I mean, isn't that
No,
weird?
it's no. I think Muslims been around in this country for centuries. I think.
Wow.
Yeah, it is the native religion of the Javanese people.
It can't be that because they're an Asian,
No, no, no. These people are. Look, I mean, they don't look Chinese. They don't look like Japanese or Korean. These
right?
people look. These people look almost like African.
Hmm.
I mean, not African in terms of that kind of skin color, but brownish skin. I'm sure you've seen them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what they look like, and they're mostly 90. Was it 98% Muslim?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. I know that blows my mind though. Like
why.
I don't understand it because I associate Muslim religions with the Middle East.
Well, that's because I mean, if you look at history, it's because the Middle East people they came to Indonesia to do trade, and they spread the religion.
Yeah. Okay. So
But that
that
was
there. So there.
that was
Right there. So it's
that
not
was
an
like
indigenous religion. It's something that came there via trade, right?
right, but that happened 300, 400 years ago.
Yeah. It's wild.
That's 4 centuries ago. So, and it's not like it just happened 10 years or 50 years ago. I mean, it's been around for a long time. It's the predominant religion of Indonesia.
right.
And I'll tell you what, there are terrorists in this country. In fact,
I
the
know
church,
they get all
yeah,
kinds of bombings and stuff there in Jakarta.
exactly. There's the Hyatt, no, it's the Marriott bombing
Yeah.
in Jakarta a long, long time ago. So, it just, I don't know. That's why I say Indonesia can be a very dangerous place, more so than the U.S.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. They've had a lot of. I mean, it's like in a way, it's like London. You know.
Really?
Well, I think in terms of the stuff that we're talking about right now with the bombings and this kind of a thing. I mean, London experiences a lot more, um, terrorist type bombings than the U.S. ever has. In the U.S., this is like a startling thing for somebody to come and do a suicidal bombing. That's not new in the UK nor in Indonesia.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. I'm just I I'll just put it this way. I kind of miss the U.S. in a way because the
Yeah,
values the value systems here are so different. It's so different. America is so free. It's all about freedom.
right.
And Indonesia, it's all about corruption.
Yeah,
So you can't do a lot of things in this country. There's not a whole lot of anything, and nobody cares about this country. That's the point. That's my point. And this country has not improved at all. I mean, there's no improvement.
Hmm.
After 20 some years, there's still corruption. There's still people. There's still a lot of poverty,
right.
and people just stare at you here. They make you very uncomfortable. That's how it is.
Yeah,
But the same thing happened to me in New York. As I said, in African American communities like Jamaica. You know, when I walk around, a lot of the blacks who stare at me.
Right.
You know, men and women. I mean, especially, well, I mean, they're, you know, men and women alike. They would be looking at me like they've never seen, you know, a non-black person before. But you see, with white people, they don't stare. They never do. You know, that's what I like. I mean, it's you know, when you're around white people or anybody, and you know, even Asians, when you're around Asians, they don't do that. They don't intimidate you with that stare.
Yeah.
But with African Americans, oh my God, they do stare at you. I mean, they don't just stare at you in a friendly way. They stare at you like they want to start something.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
they want to do something. You know, that's how I feel.
yeah. I've experienced that, but I've experienced having stare downs with lots of different types of people too. I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, if you walk through a predominantly black suburb of a city, and it's and it's an impoverished area, and you're, you know, some obviously not necessarily well to do, but you know, you you're able to afford, you know, whatever decent, like you can tell when you look at people on the streets, you can tell people that have money, some money, not so much money, you know, that are really well off, that are somewhat well off, and this kind of thing. You know, all these little things that we wear, all these little trinkets and crap, are you know, they symbolize, they speak to, you know, where we are economically, socially, culturally, financially, and what have you. And
yeah,
you know, you walk through a place where you're obviously someone that doesn't belong there, someone that has a lot more resources than the people who belong there. You know, it's not surprising that people are going to stare at you. It's not because they're black people or whatever. It's just because, or Indonesians or what have you. You know, it's just because you know, you obviously have incredibly more resources than they do. You know, like there's a disparity, and there's resentment in that. Yeah, for sure.
oh, there is so much resentment. Yeah, that's. I mean, you nailed it. But my point here is, it's not just about money, because you know, even if you're a poor white dude walking in a predominantly black neighborhood, you still be stared at, and people would still assume that you have resources that they don't.
Yeah, they
You know
might.
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
there's definitely like there's racisms and shit that go on, and there's people say that, you know, only white people can be racist. I don't believe that. You know, there's
Well, I don't believe that at all. There's no way that only white people can be racist. I think, to be honest with you, I think Asians are the most racist people on earth.
yeah,
To be honest with you, yes, Asians, man, I'm telling you,
huh,
they're crazy about racism, man. They look down on so many people. It's ah man. I mean, try living in Asia for a few years and see what happens.
yeah,
It's,
yeah.
I mean,
I have no idea. I've never lived there, but I know
I'll
that
tell you.
like people are, you know, everywhere I've gone in North America,
Yeah,
you know, there's racism. I've gone overseas and I didn't experience it, mostly probably because I'm a tourist, you know.
yeah. Well, you have to live there. You can't
Yeah,
just be a
exactly,
tourist.
exactly. Yeah, yeah,
But I could tell you that white people are they may used to be back in the black and white days of the U.S., but nowadays I don't see white people being racist.
Oh,
You
I
know,
do. I do lots of times.
really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I see it probably because my wife and my daughter are not white,
Oh,
so
but I thought
I get to
your
observe it all the
daughter.
time.
Wait a minute, but your daughter is mixed, right?
No, she actually I guess you call her I don't know what you call a stepdaughter or whatever. I've raised her since she was a baby, but
Oh,
she's
she's
but
not
she's not
your.
my
She's not.
biological daughter. No,
Oh, I
and
see. So you don't. So
no,
you don't have a biological children.
no,
Oh.
not at all.
Oh, I see.
So,
Oh.
but I get to see, I see the racism all the time around them, and I see it in white people. Like, white people are crazy racist. They don't mean
Okay.
to be. It's just a lot of times they don't mean to be. It's just in them.
So what happens? I mean,
There's
when
a
you're
there's a lot of fear. Like, say for instance, I go to the movie with my wife.
right.
If she goes out to use the washroom or something, sometimes she won't be
Yeah.
let back into the theater. And I don't think that's never happened to me. If I go out and use the washroom, I can walk in and out of the theater all I want. Nobody ever questions it.
Okay.
But she walks out, uses the washroom, she won't be let back into the theater. She'll have to have an usher come with her, and he'll be like with a flashlight. He'll come find me in the seat, and he'll just see that I'm a white guy, and he'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just
Hmm.
want to make sure that everything was okay," and he'll walk away. But that kind of thing would never happen with me.
Okay. Is this does this happen every time?
No, it doesn't happen every time, but it happens on occasion. We have problems. Like, one of the things, we've been like, finally we're buying our own house, but the place where we live, it's notoriously hard for Native people to find a place to rent, because all of the homeowners, all the people who are renting, are white people, and they don't want to rent to natives. And so when we were renting this place, we called several places beforehand, that we were interested in, and as soon as they heard our name, they recognized this is a native name, and they said, "Nah, we're not interested." One time, I had a pet bird, a cockatiel, who I used to walk around on the street with on my shoulder, and it would fly down and onto people's yards and check out this and that. But one day there was kind of a wind gusts that were picking up, and the cockatiel got caught in this wind gust and got pulled away from me, got thrown way up in the sky, and then kind of got lost from me, and ended up at somebody's house. And I had put an ad out in the paper, about the cockatiel being lost and all this, if anybody finds it. Then I noticed a couple weeks later, somebody else put an ad, this white lady put an ad in the paper, that she'd found this cockatiel that had showed up on her doorstep. It was very tame, it was a very friendly bird, and she knows it must belong to somebody. So I phoned her, and all the behavior sounded right, and I said, "Okay, this is a picture of the cockatiel," and she said, "Yeah, that's him." And I said, "All right, that's mine, and I'd like to come get it." And she says, "What's your name?" And I said, "Ryan Heavyhead." And as soon as she heard it, she knew it was a native name, and she said, "No, this isn't your bird."
Oh, really?
And I was like, "Yeah, it's my bird. You just recognized it from the picture. It's my bird. I'd like to come get him." And she's like, "No, it's not your bird, and you're not gonna get him. Goodbye." And
Wait
just
a
hung
minute,
up on me.
but you're a white guy, so why would she do that to you?
Because she didn't know I was white. She was just talking to me on the phone, and she heard the native name, and that's how racist it is here.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
why don't you just say your white name?
yeah, because I don't go by it anymore. But that's not the point. The point is that white people are just as racist. They're
Yeah,
just as
but
racist.
I mean, it's common to say that. I mean, everybody knows it. I mean, people always say, "Oh, white people are racist," all that stuff. But it's. I mean, there are some white people that are racist, not all of them. that's what people have to understand. Because oh my God, I mean, in Asian societies, it's very common for Asian to say that white people are racist, but it's not true. Not every one of them are racist. They're just some of them are racist,
Right.
right?
Right.
So that's the thing that people have to understand is you can't just go on blaming white people for everything, just because just because we have histories and all that stuff. It's
Yeah,
not
but
true.
it must feel really weird for somebody in Indonesia that is Indonesian to have white people walking around on their streets who are obviously more well-to-do than them, and they're just there to do business or whatever. Their families don't come from there, and they're not planning to stick around there long term. They don't have any investment in Indonesia except to be there temporarily to make money. I can see why that would raise resentments.
Well, it would raise it. Oh well, I'll tell you what. It would raise awesomeness. They would be awed to see a white guy walking down the street because all they see white people are on TV. Hollywood movies is very popular over here.
Oh, I bet.
American TV shows, Americans everywhere. So American TV shows are on their TV screen every time.
Right.
So when they see a white person, they thought they're dreaming. Like, am I seeing my idol in the streets? So there's that. But at the same time, there's also that resentment, that the fact that you're ultra rich guy from a well-to-do country like America, and you come to our country and you take advantage of the economy here.
Right.
You're gonna provoke some resentment. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily racism, though.
Well, no, that's not racism. That's different. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about racism in other countries like Singapore, Thailand, Taiwan, Korea, Japan.
Right. Yeah, but I just want to be very careful about this whole discourse because, like, for instance, me here in Alberta, I know that I'm going to stay here the rest of my life and that my descendants are always going to be here and all this stuff, right? And there are guys that come up here just to make some money off of oil and gas. And I got a problem with those guys, I got a problem with guys, even guys that come up at like Joe Rogan, for instance, came up here last year to hunt bears. And I feel like that's just like, it's this weird form of rich tourism where they come up at there's no bears down where he lives in Los Angeles, so he's going to come up here and kill the bears and drag them down to Los Angeles. I got problems with stuff like that. I can see where, somebody that's from whatever country, and they've got these guys coming in to do, whatever business. Like my cousin, for instance, went to Afghanistan. He's gone to lots of different places. He's a geologist. He went to Afghanistan, made a bunch of money, going and doing some geological surveys there. And every time he went out of the compound where he was living, which was a secure guard compound, he had to have, an entourage of guys with guns and flak jackets and crap, to take him wherever he was going to do his survey. And, it's basically like a military operation to guard him while he did his geological business. And I can understand why he's in that position. I mean, why, someone from that country would want to kill him. Because he's just there to make money off of their country, basically.
Yeah. well, that's the reason why the guards are staring at me, because they think well, this guy's enjoying the fact that the prices here are so much cheaper than in the States.
Right.
And we have to work our asses off guarding his place for 24 hours a day and making barely $100 a month.
Right.
You know, as a security guard, and while this bloody foreigner from America sleeps in his apartment, eats for free, and spends so little.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in relative to my wealth compared to theirs, and the resentment is just right there.
Right.
Every time you go downstairs and you try to do some small talk, they'll be asking you, so how much money do you make? How much money do you have? They would ask you these very rude questions.
Right.
That normally you would never ask in the States. You would never do that in the States. People would just look at, what are you trying to do?
Right.
But here they would just outright, very bluntly asking you those questions. Like, how much money do you have, sir? How come you never work? How come you don't have a job?
Right. Right.
And there's one time with these security guards, they would be begging me for a job. Like, sir, do you have a job? I can always work for you. I know I'm a security guard here, but I can always have a second job with you, sir. That kind of thing.
Right.
And they think I'll be hiring them. It's funny, man. It's. I mean, this is the reason why celebrities tend to live together, like in Bel Air or Malibu, or and Santa Monica. These places are usually where celebrities hang out.
Right.
Because you want to be living with people with the same living standards that you have, so you don't have any kind of jealousy or resentment going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
For example, Kenny G lives right next door to Cindy Crawford.
Right.
So there you get an idea.
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense.
Yeah. But what really bothered me about, your story is, when you're looking for your bird, and the lady said, no, that's not your bird, just because you have a Native American name.
Yeah, and that happens all the time. I mean, we can be like a hair away from renting a place to live, and as soon as they hear the name, they're like, no, I'm not renting to you. We don't have a vacancy anymore. Sorry.
Wait a minute, isn't that against the law? To discriminate?
It's supposed to be, but you got to prove it, right?
Yeah, but because in New York, it's against the law to discriminate against anything but sex.
Yeah, but this
you can discriminate with females. You could say that I only want males or females living here. That's okay.
Yeah.
But to say that I'm not going to have black people or Native Americans living here, that's against the law.
Yeah, obviously. But in a place like New York, in New York, I've lived in New York, and I lived in Boston, I lived in, larger cities. In those places, there really is not the same degree of discrimination as there is in smaller. Like the place I'm living right now, it's hardly even 100,000 people. And in a place like this, you have very evident discrimination between the people who have the resources, who own the properties, and the people who don't. And it's along racial lines. Not that it's meant to be racial, but it's a class system, right? Yeah. And the class just happens to be separated on a racial lines, and so people can mistake racism for classism, and vice versa. It's a really weird thing, but there are definitely you know, a lot of people here who, as soon as they hear a native name,
Yeah, I guess you could say that it's only an American dream if you're white.
that's true.
If you're not white, then there's no American dream for you.
Well, you look at someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean,
Yeah, well, he's white.
yeah, he blows my mind. He's white, right? So he comes
Yeah.
from Austria over to
Yeah.
the Americas, and he makes himself famous as a bodybuilder.
And now he becomes the governor of the
Yeah,
California.
then he makes himself famous as an actor, even though he can hardly speak English. And then he marries into the royalty.
Yeah.
And then he becomes, you know, a political leader. You know, you couldn't. There's no way he would be able to do that if he wasn't white.
Yeah, but look at Obama. He's black. Well, he's half black, and he's the president.
Right.
So there's some progress right there.
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't look at the black and white thing the same way as a lot of people do, because I look at almost like from a Blackfoot perspective here. You know, in the Blackfoot language, black people are called Siksapikwan, which means a black white person. Because you know, the introduction of black people here in southern Alberta was at the same time as the introduction of white people. In fact, they were collaborating in the colonization of this place. You know, black and white people. And so from a Blackfoot perspective, black people are, you know, just as culturally white as, you know, white people in a way.
Well, the one last thing I want to say is the Indonesians are not just the Indonesians that are jealous. The Chinese Indonesians are also jealous because you're a foreigner.
Right.
The notion is that a lot of these Indonesians, you know, they look up to foreigners, especially if you're not a citizen of this country.
Right.
And they would love to immigrate to the States to have a better life.
That even is weird to me.
So when they see that you're American, they go crazy. They go gaga crazy over you because you're not from Indonesia, but you're from the States. Because they see the States as this gold mine or this dream that could take them to a whole new world, you know?
Right.
They see America as heaven, basically. And so somebody who has a citizen of heaven is looked up like heaven. That's how it is in this country. Because they see a lot of American movies, they see all this big houses and Hollywood movie shows. You know, they imagine that, well, if I go to America, I could potentially have that big house right there.
They could, though.
They could, yeah, exactly. So that's why they try to make friends with Americans or people with American citizenship. And, you know, it's envious. It's some people get pissed off if you're American. Because, like I said, it goes back to the economy thing where, whoa, you're American. That means you're 100 times richer than if you were in America, you know, because all your money. I'll tell you what, $1, gosh, let's see. You can buy 3 meals with just $2 here.
Wow.
As opposed in Canada, you probably have to spend a heck of a lot more than just $2.
Oh, yeah. Canada is way more expensive than in the United States.
Yeah, but in Indonesia, $2 you can eat for just $2 a day.
Yeah, see, I think a McDonald's cheeseburger might be $2 in Canada.
So, but yeah, that's just a cheeseburger. But here, you get a full 3 meals. You get breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Right.
For just $2. In some cases, in villages, just $1 a day. You can be full.
Wow.
So that's the reality of this country, and this is why when they see an American, they have this love-hate relationship. They love you because they want to make friends with you, hoping that they'll get married to you, and they'll immigrate their entire family to the U.S. They also hate you because they can't marry you because they're not, homo, and they hate you because you're taking advantage of their economy
Yeah,
with your wealth. That's how it is. A love-hate relationship.
yeah,
You know?
it's yeah, of course. It's not surprising either. I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
If
So
you were in their shoes, if I was in their shoes, it'd
you
be the
feel the
same
same way.
way. Yeah,
So you would have this love-hate relationship too.
I think so.
Oh, really? So you're gonna put yourself down that low, huh?
I
You're not
think
gonna.
I think it's just natural. If somebody is from outside, I mean, we don't have to really experience this. I mean, you got to realize, when have you ever experienced anything like that in your life,
Well, I
where
have.
you've had a homeland? No, you haven't. You haven't,
Okay.
because you're a white person.
All right.
You don't have and you're American. You don't actually have a homeland. You don't have a place like
Uh,
Somebody from Indonesia, every one of their ancestors has always been from Indonesia.
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
And white people are not like that, right? We're on the
Well,
move. We're on the move. And so,
well, you're from Europe, basically. You're Irish, isn't it?
yeah,
That's your real home.
I'm part Scottish.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're sorry. You're Scottish. That's your real home then.
That is like one of the ancestral homelands, yeah.
Yeah.
But because I'm not there, I can't
Yeah.
feel that in the way
Right.
that
Right.
somebody that's Indonesian from Indonesia that's living there
Right.
right now can feel it,
Right.
right?
Right.
When they see a foreigner who has a bunch of money
Right.
coming in there
In their
and
land, right?
in their land and making money from
Yeah.
their resources, it's not surprising. Like, I think if I was in that, if I, okay, say I've got some Scottish ancestry, but if I
Right.
still lived in Scotland and I had my whole extended family still living there in this little town or whatever, and we had some American family come and they're staying there and they're making a shitload of money doing some operation there, you bet I'm gonna be the guy in the street that like when I see those American guys, I'm gonna be scowling at them like fuck you, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's jealousy, it's resentment because somebody's invading the homeland.
That's right. Yeah, and
You know,
it makes sense though.
but I know it makes sense from a natural standpoint, but it's not good for your health.
No, it's
I
not.
mean, if you're gonna be bitter like that, and if you're gonna keep thinking about negative stuff, it's not affecting the American guy who's making $1 million a year. It's
Right.
affecting you.
Right.
So you're putting poison into your own body while that guy, that American guy, is living a happy life, a happy, fun-filled life with riches and the big house, and you're miserable because some American guy is taking over your land and making $1 million, and while you're just making $100 a month.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be even that big of a disparity. I mean, because even here, here in Alberta, I've I've been in the airport here, and I'm not poor or anything like that. I make a decent living, but
Right.
I've been in the airport here, and I've overheard these guys, you know, who are just coming in to make money off of the oil in Alberta, and I've overheard their discussions and stuff in the airports, and I don't like those guys. Hey, like I get kind of pissed off.
You don't like those guys. Well, same situation with the Indonesians.
Yeah, yeah, I get kind of pissed off at those guys. Even though there's like the economic disparity is not huge between me and them, it's just the fact that they're here and they're just here to take stuff.
So
They,
do you still get pissed off now?
yeah.
You're still pissed off thinking about it.
Well, not like in a terrible, unhealthy way or anything like that, um, but you know, it when I encounter it, it does bother me.
But these are white guys, right? You're talking about these oil.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The race stuff doesn't matter. It's somebody that's not from here, coming in here to temporarily to to basically like take advantage of an economic situation, rip some resources out of the ground, make some bucks, and go away.
Well, that's what Americans do in Indonesia. They come here, they fuck the girls, make some bucks, and they go away.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's what they do. I
I
mean,
know that sucks. That's it's no
well, hold on
it
there.
makes
It
all the sense
sucks.
in the world that people would be pissed off about that.
Oh, but hold on there. It sucks for the locals, but it does not suck for the American.
Of course not. Yeah.
It's great for the Americans. They come over here and they have a good time while the Indonesians suffer,
Right.
and then they go back to their homeland and talk about it with their friends. Like, hey man, look what I
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, yeah, that's the colonial mining war machine, you know.
But it's happening today. I mean, look,
It is for sure.
it's
Yeah.
still history is repeating itself. It's perpetuating itself. And I mean, you could. My point here is there's nothing you can do about it.
That's
I
true.
mean, you could go pissed off with that oil guy who's coming to your land, or I don't know if it's your land, but making money from that oil market and whatever.
Right.
And you get pissed off just thinking about it or encountering that kind of thing.
Right.
But look, what are you gonna do about it? You're not gonna kill them.
Right.
You're not gonna beat them up with your jujitsu skills or with your KC skills. You know, you're not gonna do that because about it.
Yeah,
So
you can't beat it for sure.
exactly? So why have all the hate? Just let it go. Move on with your life because the hate is just destroying you. It's not destroying them.
Well, if you get all stuck in the hate, you know, yeah, then that's no
Yeah.
good.
But I'm just saying, like, I mean, look, I mean, you talk about economy. I could talk about, uh, I could talk about women,
Right.
white, you know, how Americans, white people like us, you know, we go to China or Thailand, you know, fuck all the girls there and come back home to America and brag about it.
Right.
I mean, if you want to talk about economy, it's the same situation. It's that colonialism where, you know, because Thailand is a poor country, a lot of foreigners from Europe and America, they take advantage of that, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
But like I said,
Yeah. There are a lot of guys that take advantage of it, and I think there's probably a lot of guys that actually like pick up wives there too.
yeah, well, that's different because when you pick up wives, you're committing to you're committing to sponsor them. You
Right.
know, that's different. But I'm talking about guys who just go there, pay a few 50 cent, have a sucky fucky kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. For sure.
Those are the people that how you describe how you kind of have this resentment towards the oil producers.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm sure the local Thai guys have this resentment that Americans are just coming here for a cheap fuck.
Oh, I guarantee it. Yeah.
You know, same
Yeah.
thing with Indonesia where I'm the American. I go grocery shopping, and I carry about 5 bags of, you know, great expensive imports, and they're all staring at me, you know, like, how the hell do you afford all that stuff?
Right.
In fact, I'll tell you, it's so ridiculous because one time I was ordering McDonald's, and all the guards were staring at me because they could not afford even a single piece meal from McDonald's.
Right.
You know, did you know that McDonald's is expensive to the people here?
It is. Hey.
You have no idea. I mean, McDonald's is supposed to be the cheapest thing there is.
Yeah.
But for some reason in this country, it is 2 or 3 times more expensive that more they can afford.
Wow.
They cannot afford it. There's no way they can afford it. For example, they cannot afford chicken nuggets
Wow.
or even a cheeseburger. No way, that's beyond their means. They make $100 a month,
Yeah.
and their rent. I'll tell you what, most of their rents are about $30 a month.
Right.
So you can imagine what kind of a place $30 a month looks like. It's nasty.
Yeah.
It's roach infested. It's just disgusting. And they don't have air conditioning. It's hot in here. It's hot in this country. Super hot.
Yeah.
So imagine living in a place with no AC. I mean, oh my God. So think about this: $100 a month, 30 is gone. They have 70 left for food and lifestyle.
Wow.
Prostitutes in this country cost about $30 for a full body. So
Yeah.
I'm sure these security guards, they use it a lot every month.
Yeah.
That's why the HIV situation here is an endemic here. It's crazy. There's a lot of HIV cases in this country.
Huh.
I mean, it's just one of the most. It's one of the saddest countries in the world, basically, where foreigners from everywhere, they come into this land and they take advantage of everything.
What is it there that the foreigners are after?
All cheap. The prices are ridiculously cheap.
There's got to be some kind of natural resource that they're tapping, though, right?
Well, I don't know about natural resources, but the foreigners that I've seen, they come here, they teach English,
Mm-hmm.
and they make a whole bunch of money with that. I'll tell you that. I know a French guy who comes over here, sets up a company selling furniture, and he's a millionaire.
Hmm.
And another French guy, he recently came from Vietnam. He moved to Indonesia, and he makes about how much you make.
Mm.
But you know, $3,000 a month is like $1 million in the U.S.
Wow.
You have no idea how much you can do with $3,000 a month in this country. You could pretty much live in a mansion.
Wow.
Yeah, you get a mansion easily in this country. You can have. I'll tell you, with your money right now that you're making,
Right.
you could come over to this country, hire two maids to cook and clean for you. You can hire a security guard to guard your place. You can hire a gardener to kind of make your garden look nice and beautiful.
Right.
You can buy a car, drive a car. You know, it's no big deal because you have a car yourself. But my point is, you can live very comfortably with $3,000 a month in this country. Because as I said, most people here earn barely $100 a month. So you're like king. You come over here in this country, you're instantly king.
Right.
And because you are a white person, you are an instant celebrity. You become the Brad Pitt of Indonesia.
Right.
People want your autographs. People want to talk to you. They want to practice English with you.
Right.
They want to do all kinds of stuff with you. The girls would approach you and give you massage or all kinds of crazy stuff. Because first of all, there's not a whole lot of white people in this country. And so when they do see a white person in this country, they go crazy. They assume you're super rich. They assume you own companies. They assume you've been in movies. They assume that you've been in multiple Hollywood movies. And they assume that you're here because you're here because of pleasure, you know?
Right.
You're not here because of business. So there's, as I said, there is a love and hate relationship with foreigners. It could be Japanese. Japanese people. look up to here too, as well.
Right.
So really, the Caucasians and the Japanese people are look up to here. But if you're Indian or if you're black, then no, they don't look up to you.
Hmm.
Because if you're from Africa, they will assume that you're poor, just like them. So there would be no resentment towards black people or Indians or Middle Easterns or people with the same skin color.
Right.
But if you're very light skinned, then there's a love-hate relationship. So that's the reason why I don't go shopping very often, because I don't want these security guards to go nuts. Because you just never know.
Right.
Yeah, but going back to what you said, I mean, I'm surprised that because you seem to be a very calm individual.
Yeah, I
So
am.
I'm surprised that you feel resentment towards those oil producers that come to your land and make a bunch of money.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's surprising about it. I think if anybody was in that situation where they felt like they belonged to a place, and there's these guys that are just coming in temporarily to basically steal from the place to boost their wealth, there's going to be that resentment. It's just natural.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it doesn't mean that I blow my cool or that I'm not calm or whatever. But if I'm in the airport and I overhear some guys like talking about that shit, I'm thinking in my mind, yeah, fuck you guys. Or even when I'm driving down the road and I'm passing guys that are obviously just oil and gas guys that are from somewhere else, I think to myself, fuck them. I've even on occasion, I'll actually, give them the finger as I'm passing by them on the road.
Well, you can do that because you know jiu-jitsu.
No, I can do it because, what are they going to do? They going to chase me down and fuck with me? No.
They might. Especially if there's like 10 guys there.
Right.
You never know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you got to be careful with that kind of thing, man. Don't do that too often.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't worry about it too much.
But I'm just saying, like, you resent those people who steal money from your land temporarily to make a lot of money.
Right.
Go away. It's just like kind of shitting on your land. And I understand why you get pissed off, but as I said, there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing anybody can do about it. I mean, there is and there isn't. There's like myself, like even one of the things that I see that I'm trying to curb is the global food trade. Even like I'm trying in my personal decision making to buy foods or to collect foods that are from local farmers, or that I can go out and harvest myself, or that I can grow myself, or whatever. Every time I buy a banana or a kiwi or whatever, I'm relying on that global trade, and I'm like bringing it on myself. All this kind of like bullshit where someone can come in here and steal from your land and go away, and they take the benefit of it. That's all that global trade stuff. So as long as I'm feeding off of it, I'm part of the problem, and I feel like I should try in my life to be less complicit in that myself. And part of that is like I haven't shopped at Walmart for over 2 years because I know that they're taking advantage of other countries. So I don't buy any of their materials. I haven't been in their stores for over 2 years, knowing that you know that they've got that their clothes cost so cheap. Like I can go in and buy a $10 shirt because they've got somebody in Indonesia sewing that fucking shirt together. You know?
Yeah, it's a sweatshop.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not gonna I'd rather pay the $80 for somebody in Canada or the US to sew that together than participate in that
Yeah.
in that abuse.
Well, actually, the funny thing is, when I was here, I met an Indonesian guy, and he says, Steve, you should live like the Indonesians. And when he said that, I immediately knew that he was resentful towards me because I'm American and I live in a nice place.
Right.
And he's living. I've been to his home, and his place is all right, but it's kind of run down in a way. It's like in a slum, basically.
Right.
And so he got immediately. I could see it in his eyes. He got immediately resentful that I was living in high places, and he said to me, like, Steve, you should live like the Indonesians and see how they live, because you just come into our country and you live like an American.
Right.
So immediately with that word, I didn't talk to him anymore.
Really? See, now I can understand that though. I can understand why he would say that, and it's not a racism. It's
but it's resentment. It's a nod. It's a nod to resentment. That's what it is. And it can be dangerous if people say that thing to you. Like, how would you feel if an Inuit come up to you and say, you should come over and live like the Inuits, or live like, whatever, the poor people, because you're a white guy and you're living a privileged life, and not everybody's going to live like you and have a job, and how would you feel?
I think that's totally understandable, actually.
Why is that? I just didn't talk to him anymore because I knew he was resentful. I knew he wanted what I have because he doesn't have it.
No, it's not that. It's not that he. I don't think that's true. I don't think that he wants what you have. Because like these guys that come over here and take the oil and gas and make their money, I don't want what they have. I still resent them, but it's not because I want what they have. I resent them because they are just temporary people coming in here and basically stealing.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I'm just saying, because I'll tell you what, he even said that I wish I was an American citizen.
Yeah.
He said that, like, we were driving down the mountain, and he said, "Oh man, you know what? I wish I could celebrate Christmas with snow and Santa Claus and Christmas music, and I wish I was an American living in America. Life is better over there. I wish I was American."
Yeah.
And then, and the funny thing is, he even tried to hook me up with his older sister. And he would ask, like, "So what do you think about my sister? How is she?" It's so obvious what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obvious. It's so bloody obvious. That's the thing. Like, when you are an American, you got power, man. You got power.
Right.
Especially when you travel to these third world nations that have nothing.
Right.
And you're American. You're like the the big foreigner that has everything that these guys are looking for, and they
Yeah,
got nothing.
but it's true. I mean, that's the thing, though. You are the big foreigner that has everything,
Right.
and so why would you expect somebody like that to be beyond that? You know, why would you expect somebody to pretend like that wasn't the case?
Well, because I believe in, the thing is, for me, I believe in not being resentful to anyone unless they're hurting my family directly. I mean, your case with the oil, they're not hurting you. They're just doing their thing
Right,
in your city.
right.
So you being resentful, as I said again, you can't do anything about it. So instead of being resentful, just let that poison out and concentrate on your family and your job. That's what I would say. That's what I would do. If I was an Indonesian making $100 a month and some big foreigner comes to my land,
Yeah,
I would try not to be resentful about that, because you know what? He's not directly threatening my family. I still have a job as a security guard making $100 a month, so I'm not exactly stealing for food.
yeah. But for me personally, family, yeah, family is important, but
It is.
the money thing is not, and that's probably in large part because I'm fortunate, because
Right. So
I know I can get a good job no matter what, I do, but me personally, when I look at the situation here with like the oil and gas guys or what have you, um, for somebody to say, okay, just be happy, you got your family, you got your job and stuff. I'm more interested in the integrity of the place than I am in my job, and that's probably just because I'm privileged and I know I can get a job. It's not a problem. But really, as human beings too, we're not supposed to have jobs. You know, we're just supposed to live where we live in and be able to live off the resources.
absolutely,
Yeah,
I agree with that.
right. And so we're thrown into this system. I mean, we're at this point we're born into this system, and it's just a luck of the draw where you end up.
Yeah.
We're
True.
born into this system where we're not allowed to be actual human beings, and we're supposed to have jobs, and we're supposed to fall in love and get married because of love and this kind of thing. Like what this guy is doing with, okay, what do you think about my sister? That's not very foreign to human experience in the not too distant past. I mean, really, marriages for the large part are political alliances for people trying to position their families into better economic stations. Um,
Right. Exactly. So that's why I stopped being friends with him, because I know that he has a motive that I'm not really comfortable with,
right.
because he's trying to take advantage of me and my resources as opposed to being a real friend. Because I'll tell you what, if I fall down, if I get sick, one day, I don't know if he's going to help me.
You don't think?
I don't think so, because I think he's all about trying to better his family in a I don't want to say malicious, because that's not the right word,
Right.
but you know what I mean. Like,
He's
I'm
self-interested.
exactly self-interest as opposed to an interest for both of us as
Right.
friends.
Right.
Like, for example, you and me, we could be friends, and I would have no problem with that, because I know that you're not trying to introduce me to your sisters and try to better, because you're pretty well off yourself. You have a big house coming up,
Right.
right?
Yep.
So I know you're not like that. But with this guy, he, the fact that he's saying I want to be American, the fact that he's saying live like Indonesians, and the fact that he's introducing me to one of his sister, it's obvious what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And with that, I feel extremely uncomfortable with those kind of people who. See, that's the thing. Now I understand why people of the different social class do not hang out.
Right.
That's why you see guys like Brad Pitt. They hang out with other celebrities. You don't see Kenny G, for example, hanging out with some average American.
Right.
Unless it's a girl or hey. So my point is, the rich hangs out with the rich, the poor hang out with the poor, and the middle class with the middle class. And the reason for that is, I think, quite obvious. And I'm not saying that you should discriminate the poor people. I'm just saying you should be careful with the poor and the middle class, especially if you're a foreigner in this country and you're seen as resourceful, because they have different intentions than you. So I stopped being friends with him immediately. I did not speak to him. I did not contact him. I ignore all his messages because of that. Because I know that if I keep on being friends with him, I know that he's gonna one day do something to me that I'm gonna regret. Because Indonesians, when you're in this situation, they could be. Some of them can be malicious, So I just want to avoid any trouble because, as I said, if you have trouble in this country, the police will not deal with it. They'll just put you in jail, detain you for no reason at all, with no charge, and keep you there.
Right.
Until you pay, let's say, 10,000 US. Until you pay that kind of money, then they just might set you free, but there's no guarantee.
Right.
And that's how it is in this country. So you know what? If I cut off this friendship with him, I will avoid all that trouble. Because I'll tell you, this country is trouble. It's not like the U.S. where, in the U.S. you have to have a charge to hold somebody, to detain somebody.
Right.
But in this country, hell no, man. They could detain you for whatever reason. They could fine you. They could detain you just because they're in a bad mood. That's what happened with the Canadian teacher. He got detained because the judge was in a bad mood. That's it. And I believe he's innocent. He's completely innocent. And they're detaining him for no reason. And now he's going to jail for 15 years for a sex charge that he was never a participant of.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's better to avoid trouble here than to make friends with people that want to take advantage of you.
Yeah, it just seems kind of lonely, though.
Well, that's why you you hang out with your own kind. You hang out with other Americans.
Right.
But as I said again, there's not many Americans in this country. There's not many.
Yeah, but like you're in a situation where you got a real unique opportunity to experience another culture.
Well, I did experience it, and I could smell the fish.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that somewhat too, but like, I mean,
I'll tell you, in America, I had friends.
Yeah.
In America, it was easy to communicate. Oh man, it's so smooth. I mean, everybody understood what I was trying to say. Nobody's trying to take advantage of me. Nobody's trying to hook me up with their sisters. Nobody's trying to do anything. They're just being neutral. And that's important because, as I said, you just can't. That's why they say that when you're rich, you have no real friends.
Right.
You just have friends that want to take advantage of you. This is why celebrities are very careful when they make friends, because they know that these are not people that really want to be friends with them. They just want the money.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm kind of like a celebrity here, and I have to be careful who I make friends with.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's just really hard for me to relate because I've never been in that kind of situation,
Well, that's the thing. You've never been in that situation, so you're lucky.
Yeah.
Because everybody around you is the same as you. There's no competition. There's no, oh, you have more than I do. No.
Well, there is actually a lot of that, but probably not like what you're experiencing.
No way, man. I mean, you live in a very nice country. Canada is one of the richest countries in the world.
Right.
So you don't have that kind of animosity towards each other. I mean, especially you're white. I mean, come on, most Canadians are white anyways. So you fit right in there.
Yeah. Well, it's
right in.
Yeah, it's either up here you're either white or you're native. It's a real like white or red kind of a thing, hey? But
red.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I mean, the funny thing about Native Americans is that they look Asian.
Yeah. That's not.
I mean, I've seen one of your videos with this. You were like asking one of the Native Americans about this process, this clothing process.
Mm.
I'm not sure what it's called. It's a dyeing process or something like that. And I noticed that you're the only white guy, and everybody else is Native American.
Right.
And it just strikes me, whoa, they could be from China. Because they all look Chinese.
Yeah.
It's I'm just wondering, like, would an average Canadian, a white Canadian, be able to tell the difference between a Native American and somebody from China? Probably not.
I don't know, because, like, Native people are big, hey? Like here?
You mean big in what way? In size or in height?
In height.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm 5'11", and I'm small here among Native guys.
Well, because you're 5'11", so you're small. That's for sure. Because most Americans are 6'2" or 6'5" or.
Yeah, but if I go to China at 5'11", I'm a giant.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's Asia. Asians
right.
are small.
Yeah, so there's a big difference.
Right. But you're in Canada, so you're kind of small.
Yeah, exactly. So, you should definitely be able to tell a native from somebody from Asia.
Well, so how tall is your wife, for example?
She's probably like 5'5", maybe.
Oh, I thought she's like 5'10" or something.
No, she's not. She's not that tall. Her sister's pretty tall. Her sister's almost on par with me. She's probably 5'10".
So then you're saying that most Native Americans are 6'5" or 6'6"?
No, you can't generalize to Native Americans, but up here where I am, Blackfoot people in particular are very tall. Mm. But if you go down to Arizona, they're like little stubs, you know. They're short down there,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're tall or short because, you know, if you're Native American, you still get discriminated.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the white guy still wins.
Well, not, you know, the white guy wins economically or whatever, but the whole thing, like all the racism and all the discrimination and stuff, like nobody's winning from any of that. But
Yeah,
it's
but it happens all the time.
yeah, it happens constantly.
So, you know, it's not like it's a situation solved. You know, we're still hating on each other because, you know, our names sound different.
Yeah, and that's a problem. See, I find there's a lot more rationale in being um, frustrated with a situation where somebody's coming in from outside and, you know, basically stealing your resources than to be mad at somebody whose family has lived here for a couple of generations and are planning to stick around, you know,
Yeah,
and you
but
just
look,
hate on them because of their race or whatever.
yeah, but look, I mean, you keep talking about the oil producers. I mean, they're not stealing your family. They're not taking advantage of your family. You know, he's not coming to your room or to your house and breaking in and stealing a few bucks.
Well,
He's
no,
just doing his own thing.
he's well, yeah, no, but it's not that. It's not that innocent because, for instance, I developed last winter this really bad asthma issue. I think that actually comes from the oil and gas development here.
Now, hold on a second. I gotta get to the loo.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. You there?
Just a sec, Steve. I'm just refreshing my drink.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying that even the Chinese, you know that there's Chinese Indonesians, right?
No.
Well, there's a group of Chinese Indonesians in Indonesia that's pretty well off, but they're still Indonesian citizens.
Okay.
So when they, the thing is, they also have this resentment towards anybody who's foreign, because in their mind, it's almost like if you're not an Indonesian citizen, you're most likely better off. Because as I said, most people who live in Indonesia want to get out of this country, anyways. Yeah. So,
Are you sure it's about being better off and not because, like, it seems to me, okay, you have a Chinese Indonesian.
Yeah.
It's somebody that has citizenship in Indonesia, so they are, in a way, they're attaching themselves to that place.
Right.
And then you have somebody who's, got a temporary work visa there that's just there to make some money and leave.
Right.
So somebody that's, maybe their ancestry's not from there, but they have made the commitment to make themselves be of that place or affiliate themselves with that place in a permanent kind of a way. I could see why they might have an issue with somebody that's just coming in temporarily to make some money. It's not necessarily just based on that person has more wealth or whatever, but that person's there to just take from the place where they are investing themselves,
Right. So my point is, even the Chinese Indonesians who are relatively wealthy, they don't like it when a white guy comes over to Indonesia and live here.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, though.
They don't like it because you have an American passport and they see that as gold.
Is that why? Is that why, or is it because you're from somewhere else and you're not a citizen there? That you don't got any commitment to being there?
It's both. It's both.
Yeah. Okay.
It's both. So it's also because you're a foreigner and you're just here temporarily. Oh, just like the oil guys, coming here temporarily, taking some money and you run away.
Right.
It's like stealing. It's kind of like stealing.
Yeah.
It's also because you're an American and they think, "Ooh, tough guy. You're American. You're rich. You're powerful."
Right.
Type of thing.
Right.
So it's both resentment for two different reasons. So yeah, so you could say that Indonesians just don't like foreigners.
Yeah.
But in the States, it's totally different. I have no problems communicating with the people there. There's no resentment.
But look at in the United States, though. In the United States, there is this huge discourse about how dreaded the Mexicans are, because the Mexicans are just coming up to make money and they're just leeching off of the system and this kind of a thing. Even though they're actually more poor than the people who are living in the United States, they are hated and resented for coming in to make money.
The Mexicans.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand that. I mean, Mexicans.
Why can you understand that and not understand why somebody from Indonesia with citizenship would be upset about foreigners coming in there?
Oh no, I'm not saying I cannot understand. I understand how they feel. It's just funny because I had one Chinese guy who was Indonesian. He told me, like, "Are you a foreigner?"
Right.
And he says, "Yeah, I'm American, obviously." And he says, "Well, how much money do you have? How much money do you make?"
Right.
Because he's from Kalimantan. You know Kalimantan, Borneo.
No.
So he's from Borneo, and he moved to Java. So he's asking me all this kind of money questions. Like, isn't it better living in the States? I said yes and no. And I said, and he said, so why you come to Indonesia? And I said, well, because everything here is cheap.
Right.
And immediately he got pissed.
Makes sense, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you say that, why do you like living here? And you say because prices are nice and cheap.
Right.
Well, they get pretty resentful about
Yeah, yeah.
it.
It's not surprising, right?
Yeah, but it's not right. I mean, it it's jealousy, man.
It's not good to hate somebody personally,
It doesn't
you
because
know.
it doesn't unless that person's done something to your family. That's a different story. But I'm a foreigner just coming in here, living here, and that's it. I'm not bothering nobody, and yet this guy's pissed because I said the prices here are cheaper than the prices in the U.S.
Right.
And I spoke to him about, wow, the houses here are so cheap. Did you know that you can get a big mansion for about, what is it, $600 a month of rent?
Wow.
$600 a month rent. You can get a big house with four different rooms. Four different rooms, and each of those rooms will have a bathroom, a private bathroom. It will be a mansion.
Right.
$600, and I'll tell you, the maids here, they earn about $60 a month. The guards, $100 a month. So with $1,000 a month, you can have everything, including the guards and the maids and a garden.
Wow.
Yeah. So you're paying how much? You're paying what, over $1,000 for a house?
Oh yeah, way
Which
more.
Just still pretty good, but I mean, you get more here.
Yeah.
You get way more here. So, I'm just honestly telling him that, well, because the housing here is cheaper,
Right.
and the food is cheaper, and he immediately got defensive. He says, "Oh yeah, is it that cheap? How cheap is it?" He's trying to be malicious.
Yeah.
So, that's the reason why I don't really talk to anybody here, because first of all, their English sucks. They don't speak good English at all.
Yeah.
It's very hard. It's very hard to communicate with them because my Indonesian sucks too.
Right.
But the thing is, generally, they look up to people who speak English because they know that English is the gateway to the world.
Yeah, that's the key that turns all the economic locks
So
for sure.
in a way, they look up to me because I speak English.
Right.
So, like I said, there's this love and hate relationship with this foreigner.
Right.
Love and hate,
Yeah.
Sometimes they love you, but when you say the prices are cheap, they hate you. But when you speak English, they love you again because they
Right.
want to practice their English. So it's very complicated.
Yeah, it all makes sense. I think the big thing is you got to take it less personal because it's obvious. It's obviously not a personal issue.
It may not be, but I'm looking out for my safety though.
Yeah.
Because as I said, when shit hits the fan, I'll tell you what, the police ain't gonna come and help you and save you or do something. They're just gonna put you in jail, ask for more money.
Right.
Because I'll tell you, these police, they don't get paid any more than you do.
Right.
I'll tell you that right now. They get paid at most $200 a month. That's it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So, they're asking you for money because especially they look at your passport and they say, oh, you're American. Aha. It's money time.
Right.
It's a gold mine. You know what I'm saying? So my point is, it's best to stay out of trouble in a foreign country like Indonesia, because it may not be personal,
Right.
but it can be personal if you let it go. If you keep making friends with them for long enough, it can be personal. That's why I broke it off. I said, you know what? That's it. I'm not talking to you anymore. I wanna live in peace.
Yeah.
So that's the best way. In New York, I have no problems making friends. I have no problems talking to people because they never ask about money. They never do.
Yeah, but it's a different culture though too, you know?
Yeah, they just talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Like technology, food, every just normal stuff, right?
Right.
They don't talk about, ooh, how much money you got. Ooh, you can afford all this kind of stuff. You got a car, man. So what? Everybody's got a car in New York,
Right.
So it's no big deal. So Yeah, that's why I kind of miss New York in a way.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So how long do you think you're gonna be in Indonesia?
I don't know, maybe for a few more months.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then hopefully I'll go back. But I don't know, man. Uh, but I'm from a different world than my parents, because my parents are kind of used to the Indonesian way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they've been here for long enough. They work here. I don't. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. But I'm surprised. I mean, you're an American, and yet you're resentful of somebody else who comes to your land and take your oil away. It's funny because I thought Americans are not like that. They're not resentful of anything.
Yeah, I think that's just because I I don't think that's something you can generalize about. You know, with the oil and gas stuff, there are a lot of Americans that are getting upset about it.
Yeah,
If it happens in their backyard, you know, they don't want it back there.
but that's also true because there was a case. There's this case of this Asian guy who got hacked to death by two white guys in Chicago. Was it Chicago? I'm not sure, but they hacked him to death because they thought the Chinese were taking their jobs away.
Right.
So there's another case of this resentment towards foreigners coming into America and taking jobs away.
Well, it's every day in terms of like the discourse about Mexicans in the United
Oh
States.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, to say
But you
that
see,
Americans don't have resentment is total bullshit. You know.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that actually I think Americans. I don't want to generalize, but I'm just saying that especially white Americans because they're so well off. Most of them are so well off.
Right.
You can't compare Mexicans and Latinos and Black people because um, the facts is there's more Mexicans and Blacks in prison
That's right.
relative to their population. I think African Americans only consist of 14% of the entire U.S. population,
Right.
and yet there's like over 60% of them in prison. The same thing with Latinos and Mexicans. More of them are in prison than white and Asians.
Yeah.
In fact, Asians are like the model minority.
Right.
They're the one. Actually, I've read a recent study that says that Asians are in a higher income than white people in the states. But then that's also because most of them come over to the U.S. and they graduate from these top universities like Harvard and Stanford, and they have good jobs,
Right.
as opposed to people from Latin America or Africa. So I mean, I don't understand. Like, you could hate on the Mexicans all you want, but the reality is, you're still better off than them. You know.
Yeah. Well, the reality is that your lifestyle is dependent on them. I mean, you know, when I was growing up in Western Oregon, there were, every summer you'd have people coming up from Mexico to work the farm fields. And I worked the farm fields too. I picked strawberries and stuff, but predominantly the farm workers were Mexican. And you see, you hear all the time the white people in Western Oregon complaining about the Mexicans, but they're the people that are picking their food, and nobody else wants to do it. very few white people want to like be on their knees all day long in the middle in the rows of the fields, or you know, climbing up and on these like rickety ladders picking cherries and shit all day long, right? But you get these guys from Mexico, they're making some bucks like they're not used to in Mexico, you know, in the farm fields, picking. They're making bucks, and they're sending bucks home, and they're making bucks themselves, and this kind of a thing. They might not even actually be Mexican. They could be Nahuatl, but you know, as far as white people know, they're all considered Mexican. But they're doing a job that is important, that all these people that are complaining are actually dependent on. It's a weird system, you know. Like even in your situation, I'm sure to some extent the Indonesian economy is dependent on rich foreigners coming in and doing their business there. And at the same time, they got the resentment for those people that are there, you know?
Yeah, that's why there's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, exactly. It's a weird thing, eh?
Or I should say there's a need-hate relationship. They need you, but they hate you.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, that's why I say Indonesia is a real sad country. It's just sad. The people have no choice. I mean, it's not like they have a choice. They have no choice but to be employed by, you know, big, dirty foreigners like me.
Right.
Who have way more resources than these guys downstairs. And at the same time, they hate you because you're controlling their life.
Right.
You're telling them what to do, and they hate it. So, you know, that's why they say life is not fair. Some people are being, just like you said, you know, you're being thrown a dice and you pick up with it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You're either born rich or poor.
Yeah.
So you don't have a say in that.
That's right.
But I don't know. I mean, Indonesia is just a real sad situation. That's why it's also very dangerous because of that. This is why it's very hard for me to trust, to trust people here because they have different motives compared to back in the States.
Right.
So yeah. But it's, you know, I don't know. It's just interesting to hear your take on it.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I've never been there, right? I know guys that have been there and heard their experiences and such, but
so what do they say about it?
Every place is different. Well, the guys that I know that have been there, they're anthropologists. So they get all giddy about economic disparity, and they don't mind being the focus of some scorn and shit, you know.
Okay.
I think it's a different situation when you got anthropologists because they're kind of like, in a way, they're kind of like in love with the exoticism, you know. So you can't put as much trust in what they say in a way, you know.
So you're saying they love the attention that they're getting?
Sometimes, I mean, I don't know. Like one couple that I know that has gone to stay in Jakarta several times to do their research in anthropology. They seem to love it, you know. They seem to love it, and they love people coming over to their place and, like, you know, wanting to, you know, have meals with them and this kind of a thing, and you know, they play host to whoever will come. You know, they're not very they don't have much discrimination because they just, like I say, there's like an appeal to the exoticism of the whole thing. Like you know, when you're in that mode, doesn't matter who somebody is. Just because they're Indonesian, you're happy to have them around. You know, it's weird.
Well, just because they're exotic, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm sure.
It's a kind of weird racism in itself, you know.
Oh, it's not racism. It's more like, I know what you mean. It's more like fascination with a different culture.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I felt that way too. But when you live in this country long enough and you see the ugly side of it, that fascination goes away just like that.
Right.
It goes poof, gone.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're more careful about, you know, the people and.
Yeah, and that's a more realistic perspective.
Exactly.
You know, than somebody. I mean, in a way, the people that are there, like the guys that I know that are anthropologists, they're short term and they're just like tourists, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
They're just coming here, you know, looking at all the exotic creatures and the landscape and the weather.
Right.
And, you know, and that's it. They spend a few bucks and realize how cheap
it
is here.
They spend
and they go home.
They spend some bucks. They have good times. They wear a sarong. They take in a puppet show or whatever, you know.
The puppet show.
The shadow puppets and all that jazz, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, shadow puppet, and they say, "Okay, I'm back home."
Yeah,
and
exactly.
The thing is, They say I can't wait to get back home. That's because their fascination has gone downhill.
Right.
And they've seen everything, so now it's time to go back to people go back to what they're familiar with.
Yeah, they come back here, they go to their universities, and then they're celebrated for having some kind of other cultural experience, you know?
Exactly.
It's retarded.
Like, it kind of is, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like me going to Mars and see, whoa, I've seen these aliens with these one-eyed aliens and these crazy creatures with no arms, and I come back to Earth to tell about it. Mm-hmm. I go on CNN and I have an interview with, you know, on CNN and I talk about it. It's exactly like that.
Right.
You can imagine Indonesia like Mars.
Yeah.
And an American coming in here and talk. Whoa, you know, I've seen these short Indonesians with these brown skin.
Right.
And they live in these slum huts and everything there is so cheap.
Right.
And Americans go, wow. Yeah, and with that kind of money you can buy 2 mansions.
Right.
And they go crazy. But in a way, it's kind of like exploitation.
Yeah, it's
like it's not just coming into the country to explore your surroundings. Like, oh, everything's nice and clean. It's more like exploiting or laughing at somebody.
Yeah.
It's like you're laughing behind people's back. You're saying, ha ha ha, you guys are so poor. Ha ha ha, your economy is so, you know, it's so laughable. I mean, I'm sure you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just like white guys, you know, coming to Thailand, fuck a few Thai prostitutes, and coming back and say, oh, those Thai girls, man, they know what to do. You know,
right.
That kind of thing.
Right.
You know, it's the exact same thing. It's not having an appreciation for the culture. It's more like exploiting, laughing at, you know, other people's culture.
Yeah, you're right.
At how poor they are, how pathetic it is compared to back home where everything's nice and modern and clean and upscale, you know.
Right.
But I think the same situation cannot be said for Asians that come to America and visit America. I think the situation is not the same.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think the Asians, let's say the Singaporeans or the Chinese, I don't think they're visiting Manhattan or Times Square and coming back laughing at Times Square, saying, "Haha, look at Times Square, it's so beautiful." Or, there's so many diversity there. I see black people, Latinos, whites, and it's so cool. I don't think they're laughing at it. I think they come back with this mindset that, man, one day I want to live there.
Mm.
So, I think it's a different mindset when Asians or Africans or Latinos coming into America, visiting Washington, D.C. or Times Square, their mindset is very different from Europeans and Americans coming into Asia or Africa or Latin America. It's not the same. I mean, would you agree with that?
For the most part. I mean, it's a little
Yeah.
bit of a generalization, but for the most part, yeah.
So I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. It's I don't know. It's just a very. It seems to me like it's a very two-sided world. There's just rich countries, European countries, American
Right.
countries, and then there's the rest of the world. There's Latin America, Africa, Asia, which are pretty much mostly poor,
Right.
right? And they're being looked down upon because they are poor. And if you're coming from any of these regions, coming into Europe or America, you look up to them because they're rich. For example, I know several Asian friends here. They say, I would love to visit Paris.
Right.
I want to go to Paris and see the Eiffel Tower and see all the nice stuff. The Chinese people, they're crazy about Paris. They have no idea how crazy they are. They're so crazy to the point they want to live there.
Right.
Not because Paris is cheap, not because Paris economy is so low that they make a lot of money. No, it's because there is this mysticism there's this air of.
Yeah, it's exoticism is what it is. It's from their side.
Well, it's exoticism in a very good way, though.
Yeah.
Because you could say the same thing about Indonesia being exotic, but in a bad way. You could say that, the shadow puppet is really exotic. Or
Right.
the music, the gamelan music is really exotic. But my question to you is, would you listen to it on a daily basis? For example, would you drive to work listening to Indonesian gamelan?
No.
I don't think so. No way. But I would bet that the average Indonesians would ride their motorcycles to work, use with their little cheap mobile phones, listening to some American rock music.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's bad exotic, and there's good exotic. The Chinese, they think Paris is exotic because they think it's such a nice city, it's exotic, it's beautiful, and they want to live there.
Right.
For that particular reason. But Americans, they come to Indonesia, Thailand, they look at it, it's exotic, but it's really run down, it's really third world, everything's so damn cheap,
Right.
Now, they might want to live here because of job reasons or because it's cheap here. But I can guarantee you they don't want to live here because it's exotically beautiful. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know if you agree with that, but
Well, I would think for the most part, like again, it's kind of a generalized. Like for instance, for myself, I didn't always live where I am now, and in the couple of years preceding me moving out here, I did kind of like get into the exoticism of the culture. I did like I was listening to Blackfoot music all the time, and I was doing different things to try to, like, this the surface stuff of the culture, which is different than really being inside of it. Once I got in here and lived for half a decade or so, then all that kind of surface stuff becomes pretty meaningless.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know that I'm not the only one feeling this way because last year I met a South African white guy.
Mm.
I thought he was from the Netherlands, but he's actually from South Africa.
Right.
And he told me that after work he just goes home, lock himself in the apartment, and that's it.
Yeah.
He does not go out to drink. He does not go out and socialize because everybody thinks he's rich.
Right.
Everybody thinks he's American. Everybody thinks he's got something that they don't. So he says, you know what? I don't want trouble.
Yeah, well, they don't only think it's true though, right? I mean, because
well, it's somewhat true because I'm sure he makes probably 10 times, 20 times more than the guys downstairs, for example.
Right.
Even though he's South African.
Well, South Africa is not a poor place for white people.
Well, not for white, but for black it is.
Yeah.
If you're black in South Africa, you're pretty screwed.
Right.
But for white people, yeah, you're rich. Like Pistorius, you know that guy?
No.
Oscar Pistorius.
Oh, yeah,
the murderer.
The Olympian, yeah.
He's rich as hell,
Right.
But now he's dirt poor.
Yeah,
for obvious reasons.
Shouldn't murder your wife or your fiance or whatever.
No, your girlfriend.
Yeah.
It's not even a fiance; it's just a girlfriend. So.
Wow.
He said he was negligent in killing her.
Negligent.
But most people think it's just jealous rage.
Right.
Because he suspects her of cheating. He thinks that he's seeing another man, so I think he got pissed.
Right.
And he just shot her because I don't think he shot her intently. It's not an intent. It's more like he shot her because he was in the moment of anger. It was in the heat of the moment. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You're saying he didn't plan it. He just got...
I don't think he planned it.
Right.
I don't think he planned it. I think he shot her because he was fired up. He was fired up. That's it. Because of what she said. She probably made fun of him having no legs. Like, oh, you got no legs. I'm seeing a guy with legs,
Right. Yeah.
And he's probably another rich oil guy from South Africa,
Right.
He got pissed. Like, you're leaving me for that oil guy?
Right.
And, he got pissed. Because she's a model and he's not.
Right.
He's just a guy with no legs, So that's what I'm saying. He got pissed and he shot her.
Yeah.
Not because he planned it, but because he shot her out of anger.
Yeah.
And I don't think there was an intruder in the bathroom. Come on, don't give me that bullshit. No way.
No.
It doesn't happen like that, man.
Yeah.
Even though South Africa is an extremely violent place, I don't think that's the case. But anyways, the South African white guy, he says, I don't go out to socialize because alcohol here is very dangerous. I mean, it's very expensive here, and if you drink alcohol, you're pretty much screwed because you can get alcohol poisoning.
Huh.
You can die. In fact, there's a lot of foreigners who go to Bali and they have fun, they drink a lot, and then the next day they're in hospital dead.
Wow.
Because of alcohol. Because the thing is, You see, alcohol is a um, very expensive thing in Indonesia. And what the Indonesian sellers do is to make it cheaper is they actually don't put alcohol. They put a cheaper ingredient to make it taste like alcohol, so that they sell it for a cheaper price. And because everything here is cheap, the foreigners don't know whether this is real alcohol or mixed up alcohol.
Right.
And so when they drink it, they're dead pretty much the next day.
Yeah, it's scary.
That's what happened to one British girl who partied so hard in Bali. Her father had to come looking for her in Bali from the UK because her daughter died. So this is why he says, I don't go out to drink, I don't go to pubs, because there's a lot of malicious Indonesians that will try to trick me just because I'm a white guy. So, there you go.
Right. Well, getting pretty late here. I should probably sign off.
Yeah. You gotta go to work tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta get it.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it Thursday night?
Yep.
Oh, okay, because I thought it was Friday night, because it's Friday here.
No, here we're still on Thursday night, so I gotta wake up in a few hours, and well, not a few. I get about 6 hours sleep now.
All right.
Get back at it, but yeah, it was good to touch base, and I was interested in hearing more about your experience there, because I've never been there, but
well, I mean, you can come here. I mean, there's no problem with you visiting here and going to Bali, have a good time at the beach.
Right.
There's no problem. The only problem is when you start to live there and you're in daily contact with the locals. That's when it becomes a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Especially because you're a white guy and they know that you're going to be super rich over there.
Right.
And these guys will try to extort money from you. So there's a lot of scams going on. And you have to be careful with taxis. I mean, there's loads of taxis here. But the problem is, there's a lot of fake taxis. And what happens is, most of these people will try to paint their cars to look like the taxi company. And they'll go around town, driving around, kind of asking, passenger pedestrians if they want a taxi ride. And the moment you say yes, they've got you, because they're not going to take you to your destination. They're going to take you to some remote village where 20 guys are waiting for you with knives.
Yeah.
And they're going to demand, like, are you going to give us $200?
Right. Right.
I mean, $200 is nothing in Canada, but it's monumental here.
Right.
$200 is 2 months' salary, man. $200 is 2 months' salary in this country, so it's a big deal to these guys.
Yeah, it's wild.
So you either give your money, and hopefully they let you go, or they might even ask for more money, because they know you're American. They look at your passport. Oh, you're American. You must have more than 200. Give us 500.
Right.
So that's the situation in Indonesia. Is don't just take any taxi ride, because corruption here is nuts.
Yeah.
It's nuts. I'd rather pay more for trustworthy people for trust than pay less for corruption.
Right.
So I'm just saying you're in a good place, even though there's a lot of racism against your family and you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm curious. Like, why don't you use your white name? Because why do you use your black?
Mostly because I identify more with the Blackfoot community than I do with the white community.
Yeah, but isn't it more convenient for you if you identify yourself as white?
In some ways, yeah, but in some ways, no. I probably wouldn't have the job that I have.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
They don't hire white people?
they do,
Or
but not for the job that I have.
oh yeah, because you teach what is it, agriculture? Was it
I,
natural stuff?
yeah, I teach basically like Blackfoot-based studies about nature. Yeah,
Well, yeah, but my point is the majority of Albertans are white anyway.
yeah, but I
So
don't spend a whole lot of time with the majority of Albertans. I spend most of my time with people that are native.
yeah, I see that. I see that.
Yeah,
And yeah, that's the thing. Uh, that's why I say there is a lot of racism. See, that's the thing. People say there's a lot of racism in North America,
mm-hmm.
but at least they're doing something about it.
Right,
You see, at least in the U.S. especially, somebody's working on racism.
right,
Martin Luther King. Somebody's working on it.
right.
But I could tell you in Asia, there's even more racism, but nobody's working on it.
Yeah,
Nobody cares about racism. It just goes on and on.
yeah, yeah.
For example, in Singapore, there is this big hate towards the Chinese people from China.
Huh.
Even though they look alike, there's this huge resentment towards the Chinese. In fact, they hate Indians too.
Huh.
There's many cases on Craigslist when they say when they're renting rooms, no Indians, no Chinese,
Right.
and no Malaysians. Only only Europeans, only Americans, only white people, and non-Chinese people are allowed.
Huh. Yeah.
So there's racism in Asia too.
Yeah, of course.
No,
It's everywhere.
but nobody's doing jack shit about it in Asia.
Right.
In America, somebody's doing something about it. So that's the good thing about the U.S. is at least there's some laws to protect against racism. For example, there's laws on housing discrimination.
Right.
You can't discriminate based on race. You can't discriminate based on creed, religion, except on sex.
Yeah.
That's it. So I don't understand why. I don't know about Canadian law though. I'm not sure if they have this law about housing discrimination. But I find it hard to believe that Native Americans have a tougher time renting houses in Alberta than white people because
Oh yeah, big time.
if I'm not wrong, I believe the Native Americans were here first. I mean, we're there first.
Yeah, absolutely. By thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, they immigrated from China, I believe.
Yeah, well, it's all all that history is so far in the past we don't know what the hell happened. But it's been thousands and thousands of years.
Right, and you guys came in, what, a few hundred years ago?
Yeah. In Alberta, the earliest, white people that came through were like in the 1700s.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the 1600s, not 1700s is the Independence Day.
Yeah, but in Alberta, that's the earliest the white people came through here.
Oh, okay, that's pretty recent then.
Yeah, really recent.
Yeah, it's pretty recent.
Yeah, the whole province of Alberta is hardly 100 years old.
Well, I mean, not the province, but I'm talking about the land.
Yeah, yeah, even the land. The earliest white people that came through here, the earliest known white person that came through here was Peter Fiddler from the Hudson's Bay Company. It was in the 1700s.
And he's from the UK, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The British Empire.
Right.
But then again, that just shows how powerful white people are. They can dominate any land they want to.
I guess it's,
You know?
but that doesn't mean that's not a long-term kind of a power, though. I mean,
Oh, it is. I mean, look at America. Look at Canada. It's dominated. It's
yeah,
till
but
today. It's predominantly white.
yeah,
Come
but
on.
that's a very short-term thing. When you're talking about some place that's been inhabited for tens of thousands of years, and then you got a couple of hundred years where there's these guys that are just mining the fuck out of the land and destroying the environment, how long do you think that's going to last? That's not sustainable. You know?
Yeah, but they
That's not strong. That's just short-term strong. That's not the long-term thing. And that's the thing about the white people is that they're just there temporarily. They're gonna use what they can use and move on.
Yeah, but how is it temporarily when us Americans been around in America for hundreds of years?
Hundreds is nothing. It's nothing. Thousands and thousands of years is something. Tens of thousands of years, something to brag about. But saying I've been here for 300 years is nothing. I've been here for 300 years, and for 150 of that, I've destroyed the fucking continent.
Yeah, but also for the next 150 years, you rebuild the economy to make the U.S. the most powerful country in the world.
A powerful in a warlike colonial way, not powerful in a sustainable way. It's not a powerful culture in a way that's going to be sustainable. It doesn't sustain life. It's powerful only in a military kind of a sense. It's powerful economically, militarily. We're going to make a lot of money. We're going to roll over whoever we want to roll over, but we are totally unsustainable.
So are you saying that America is gonna lose its power in a few more years or something?
I'm saying that America's way of life is not sustainable.
Okay, so when do you predict that America will lose its power?
I couldn't even give a year, but it's going to happen.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe, man.
What?
I find it hard to believe.
How do you see it being lasting long term?
Well, look, America's been in power since what, the 1800s?
Yeah, 200 years or maybe 300.
Yeah, after
out
the
of
British
tens
Empire.
of thousands.
Exactly. I mean, before. Okay, let's talk about before then. Who was in power before America? Nobody. Nobody was in power. China was isolated. They didn't control nobody, jack shit. It was the British people who ruled the world for what, 200 years? But before then, nobody ruled the world. You don't see Indonesians conquering, nearby islands in the UK. No way.
Yeah, because that way of conquering and colonizing is not a sustainable way of life. Romans tried it; they fell.
Yeah, they fell, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's complicated, but like I said, the Native Americans been around for thousands of years, like you said.
Yeah.
And the Europeans came over and took over.
Right.
So my point is, if Native Americans have been able to sustain themselves for thousands of years, how come Europeans can take that away from them? and make the Europeans the new sustainable race in North America
It's
and the
not
New
a
World.
sustainable race. It's not a sustainable race, and the main reason why Europeans were able to conquer the Americas was because they had what's called crowd diseases. They had, animal borne diseases from domesticated herd livestock that didn't exist in the Americas that they brought over here, and it wiped out like 90% of the population. It totally demoralized, and the 10% that were left here after the waves and waves of those crowd diseases rolled through. It was disease that conquered the Americas, not culture, not a way of life, but it was diseases.
You're making it sound like the white people are evil or something like that.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying what actually happened.
Yeah.
You can look it up, and it's history. It's well documented. The smallpox alone wiped out like 90% of the population of North America, the indigenous population. Can you imagine, like, anywhere you've ever lived, having something come through that killed 9 of every 10 people? That's what conquered the Americas. It wasn't like a superior culture or a way of life. It was a disease.
Well, I'm just saying the white people are the sustainable race.
They're not.
They are,
No,
because they conquered everything.
No, that doesn't prove anything. It's just a short-term thing. If you study nature, you'll see that there's these fluctuations where you'll have one species will suddenly, like some years here in Alberta, for instance, we get like thousands of voles. Thousands of voles will suddenly, the landscape will be full of voles, and then the next year you'll get like an upsurge in snowy owls eating the voles. White people have just had a surge. It's a natural wave. It doesn't mean that they're superior to anybody. It means that that there's been this wave that's occurred because they happen to carry disease all around to these other places of the world and wipe out other peoples.
Yeah, that means white people have better immune systems than
No,
non-white people.
no, it just means that they're at the top of the crest at the moment, but
Right.
the wave comes and goes. It's not sustainable, like what you said was, that they've proved themselves the most, sustainable and stuff. No, this is just a wave that's gonna ebb and flow.
Are you saying this is like kind of like a fashion trend? Is that what you're trying to say? Is like, for example?
No,
right
I'm
now,
saying that the mainstream culture that goes around and colonizes people is not sustainable because it is not in sync with the life system, and it carried a disease into other places of the world, wiped out peoples, and so it looks like there's a kind of a stronger peoples that are able to go everywhere and conquer. But that's just by appearance's sake. In reality, the indigenous people of everywhere are still survived, and they're the only ones that hold keys to actual sustainable life, the way to actually live somewhere for thousands and thousands of years, not just to go somewhere for a couple hundred years, tear it up, and run away.
Well, I'm not sure about you talking about running away. I don't think the Americans ran away from the U.S. They're still there,
Yeah, for sure. But they don't know how to live there. They don't know how to live there sustainably. They haven't figured that out yet. They're not going to figure that out until they look at how Native Americans live there. How do you live somewhere? How do you live somewhere for tens of thousands of years? You don't do it by tearing out the resources, damming the rivers, creating toxic waste, poisoning crops to keep out insects, killing all your, insects, killing all your birds, I don't think the mainstream way of life is sustainable at all. But I'm a naturalist, so.
Yeah, well, I can see why you identify more with the Blackfoot, is it? Yeah, the Blackfoot culture than the white culture.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I'm just curious.
It makes sense to me. Yeah.
But I'm just curious. But do you get some discriminations from the Blackfoot people?
I get discrimination from everybody, from Blackfoot people, white people, everybody. Yeah.
Why would you get it from white people? I mean, you're white yourself.
Doesn't matter because white people will associate here. White people will associate me with Blackfoot people. Blackfoot people will associate me, associate me with white people, and so I get screwed all around. So it doesn't matter.
But it doesn't make sense. I mean, you speak and talk just like a white person.
Yeah, yeah.
And you look like a white person. So why would a white person assume that you're Blackfoot people? Unless you're in a college, in the college that you're working at.
Yeah, it's just the stuff that I say,
Yeah, interesting. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting perspective. So I suppose you're all set to move into your new home on March, is it?
February 27th is our move-in date.
I see. So, yeah, man. As I was saying, it's, you're, you're what? I mean, you're a professor, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying you're struggling with money and you don't have savings.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And yet, you're able to afford a big house like that.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking to myself, like, the average Indonesian will never be able to afford a house like that.
Oh, yeah,
No
for
way.
sure. For sure.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Only Americans can do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't even have to be a rich American. You just have to be, a middle class, or even somewhat semi-poor.
Yeah, well, that's how I think that's how my wife and I are. We're not. I don't even think we're middle class.
Really?
I don't think so, because even though I'm a college professor, I work at a little tribal college. I don't get paid half as much as a professor at a regular college or university. No.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't consider yourself middle class, and yet, the system, your government system has allowed you to afford, a nice house like that.
Yeah, the way that the market on the houses is, I can afford actually to buy a house like that. My monthly mortgage payment is less than I currently pay for rent on a rented house.
Right, because you're paying what, $1,500?
Right.
Right now.
Right.
So I assume you're going to be paying just $1,000 on the new house.
No, it's like just over $1,400, but it's less than what we're paying now. So
you probably should have bought a new house years ago.
Yeah.
Instead of paying somebody else's mortgage, you should be paying your own mortgage.
Yeah, and actually we tried to buy a house years ago. We've tried, like, every couple of years, we've tried over probably the last 10 years, but we had issues because you know, at one time we didn't have very much credit, and then we had credit, but we abused it, and you know, there was just one problem after another why the banks wouldn't give us a mortgage. And I think just in the last year, just the threat of knowing that we were going to get kicked out of here and we didn't really have anywhere to go, nobody's going to rent to us because we got the double whammy. You know, both we got the native thing going, the racism going on, plus we got a bunch of, you know, weird animals that nobody wants in their rental houses, so we're fucked. So we were kind of pressed into trying to fix up whatever we had to fix to get ourselves into a position where we can buy our own house. And in a way, like, I'm grateful for, in a way, I'm almost like grateful for being discriminated against, because it's forcing us to buy our own house, which is a good thing, you know. But it's kind of wild.
Well, but at the end of the day, it works out for you because you have a nice house that's all yours.
That's right.
You don't have to answer to any landlord.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, regarding your animals and such.
Exactly.
I've seen your very touching video with Dottie.
Yeah. And
I'm just wondering, have you gotten a new dog or something?
No, my daughter has a dog. She has a long-haired Chihuahua that she had here before Dottie passed away. She got here maybe like 8 months before Dottie passed away. But we haven't gotten a new dog. I think when we get our new place, we probably will.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good. Because, man, I wish I had my own house in the States.
Yeah.
But, no.
Yeah.
Too expensive. Especially in the New York area.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go visit New York pretty soon.
Oh, yeah? When?
Mid-March.
Oh, yeah? What's the occasion?
There's a think tank. They've invited me, something about Aboriginal education. They want my perspectives on it, and it's just like a 2-day, actually a one-night, one-day think tank. And then I told them, well, book my flights so I have a couple extra days in the city, because I've got a you know, the guy that's been like coaching me in the Casey stuff, he's from Long Island. So I'm gonna go train there with him for a couple of days while I'm over there.
You know, you're gonna be staying. Are you talking about Manhattan?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
You know, Manhattan is an incredible place.
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Yeah, but just looking back at it, I'm just amazed at how many things and events and people and all this power packed into one little island.
Yeah.
You have no idea how much power is packed in that little space.
Yeah, it's huge. It's ruling the world.
Well, the thing is, it's not that big of a place. Manhattan itself is not that big. It's smaller than Singapore.
I know, you can walk from one side to the other easily.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yet, there's so much going on in that little island. So much.
Right.
You know, if you're famous in Manhattan, you're famous everywhere.
Yeah.
Do you know that if you walk in Manhattan, you could be walking alongside any celebrity that you've seen on TV?
Oh yeah.
Any.
Yeah.
And you would never know that they're walking alongside you.
Right.
You know, I remember, it's this funny story, but I remember buying a guitar in Manhattan. I think it's 48th Street. You know this store called Sam Ash?
No, never been.
It's a Sam Ash music store. It's popular in the States. Bought a guitar myself, and I walked out of it, and I got stares from everybody. In Manhattan, you know, believe it or not, in Manhattan, I got stares from everybody.
Yeah, it's weird, hey?
I think the reason why is because they thought I was carrying some kind of a weapon.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That could be true, because it didn't have any labels on it.
Right.
So everybody was staring at me, wondering what I'm carrying, because it's such a huge thing. Or
right.
actually, it could also be because they thought I was some kind of a musician or something.
Oh yeah.
But I doubt it. But anyways, it's a funny thing because I was in touch with a jazz musician. He told me to, go to 48th Street to get a guitar, and I did. And it's lasted me for what, till now. That was back 15 years ago.
Huh.
And sitting right here in Indonesia is a Manhattan guitar. It's wild, the fact that you could, and Manhattan's is one crazy place, jam packed.
Yeah.
With money, power, everything.
Yeah.
In one little island.
Yeah.
That's why I say, you talk about sustainability. I don't know. I think Manhattan's going to sustain for a long time.
I don't know. We'll
I
find
think,
out.
Because I don't think, listen, if America loses power, I don't think it's ever going to lose power. But I don't think China is going to take up to it. I don't think China is smart enough to catch up to American technology or to American power. Because look at the U.S. They're the very first ones to go to the moon.
Right.
1969. And look at China. They're still figuring out, well, they've been to the moon. I think they have. I'm not sure. But look at the way it lands. It's not like a space shuttle that lands really cool and nice and smooth, like NASA.
Right.
I mean, this Chinese space program, the way it lands is pathetic. It's a joke. There's this a small space shuttle, and the guy hides in it, and it just kind of lands like a parachute.
Yeah.
It's funny. So I'm just saying, China, man. A lot of Americans say, "Oh, you're Asian, you're smart." That's like a racist way to say, "Well, you're just Asian," know. But
yeah.
the truth is, Asians are not all smart.
Right.
I would tend to believe that most Chinese people are dumb. Only some of them, like people who make it to the U.S. with an H-1B visa, they graduate from Harvard. Now those ones are really smart.
Huh. Yeah.
But most people in China, they're not that bright. That's the reason why, there's like over 80% of Chinese people still living in rural areas.
Yeah.
They're still they're earning $1 a day or something like that. I don't know. And there's only a handful of rich millionaires in China. So I don't think China is going to take over the world. No way. No way.
Yeah.
There's no way. And Russia, I don't think Russia. There might be more possibility. There might be a higher possibility for Russia to take over. But right now, I don't think any of these countries have it going. In India, forget about India. There's nothing for India. They've got nuclear weapons. North Korea's got nuclear weapons, but America's got the power to bully people.
Right.
Because they can. So, I don't think in 200 years the power shift is going to happen. I think it's going to be America or shift back to Europe.
Yeah.
Could be, or Canada. Who knows? Canada might be the new superpower.
Yeah, I doubt it. I see an amalgamation of Canada and the United States at some point.
Yeah, but I know you have beef with the U.S. I know that.
Well, I got beef with the colonizing culture is basically it. I just don't think that whole culture is. I don't think that's sustainable. It may be short term, very economically gainful for the members of that culture, and I'm one of them. I'm benefiting from it. But
yeah, but then so is your family.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, even though your family's not white, but they're still benefiting from that colonizing culture.
Yeah, for sure. But
So I guess you,
even though we're benefiting, I don't have to believe without reason that it's sustainable, because I don't think it is. Because it's trying to defy the life system. It's trying to play God, in the ecological world, and that's not going to work.
speaking of God, do you believe in God?
No,
You don't.
I believe in the sun.
Well, what's the sun? What do you mean?
The sun is the source of all the energy that's on Earth.
So you don't believe in karma. You don't believe in God.
I think, in a way, I believe in karma, but not in the Eastern fashion, like that. It's something that you're gonna pay for it in a future life, kind of a thing. Like, I think that you do um, reap what you sow a lot of times.
Yeah. So for example, if you kill somebody
Right,
with intent to kill, not
right,
just accidentally, not it's all about intent.
right.
So if you intend to kill somebody, just an example, something bad is going to happen back to you.
It could, yeah. It's more
I
likely,
mean,
yeah.
would you agree with that?
I would say that it's more likely, yeah.
Yeah. Or if you punch somebody and they hurt, something bad's going to happen to you.
Yeah, I would say it's more likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not sure if I believe in multiple lives or afterlives or the fact that if you do something wrong in this life, the next life you're going to be miserable. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if I believe in that kind of karma, as you
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
But I do believe in the karma of your lifetime right now.
Yeah, that's the same way I feel.
Yeah. So like if you spit on somebody for no reason, but you intend to do that, then you're gonna get spit right back.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the reason I believe in it because I got the karma myself.
Right.
I got it myself. I did something wrong to somebody and I got it back. It
Yeah.
may not be it may not be immediate. It could take years,
Right.
but you're gonna get it back.
Yeah, exactly. And it's vice versa. I mean, if you do good things that help people, you're going to get that repaid as well.
Yeah, yeah. I tend to agree with that because that's what happened to my friend. She did something very good. She tried to help a sick person, but he died.
Yeah.
And something really good happened to her. So yeah, I do believe in that. But you say you don't believe in God.
No,
You're atheist.
I'm I don't even understand the whole God atheist whole discourse. It's outside of my entire frame of thought. I believe in the sun. I don't even believe, I just know it, you know. The sun's right there. I can see it. I can feel the heat on my face. I know that when the sun comes around, we get summer and life flourishes. The sun
Yeah, but
is the
the
sun is
sun is just a physical thing. It's not
yeah,
a. It's not.
yeah.
There's nothing to it.
No, there is something to it. That's exactly the point. God, there's nothing to it. There's no God. Sun, there is something to it. It's right
Okay,
there.
so
You
what?
can see it with your eyes.
No, I'm not talking about that in a physical sense. I don't think the sun is responsible for karma, for example.
No,
But I
no.
think God is.
I don't think I don't see it as a God thing either.
Okay.
I see karma as like it's just there's a guy that helped me out. He did a favor to me, and it was a very generous thing, and I'm gonna pay him back. And his influence on me for being that generous is gonna make me a more generous person. you know But if somebody did an evil, harmful thing to me, I'm gonna want to do something evil and harmful to them, and it might make me a worse person. You know, you have you have people that were abused, and they become abusers.
Yeah, I know, it's a vicious circle.
Right, and that's kind of the way that I look at the karma stuff.
But that's a very simplistic view, isn't it?
That's to me, it's not simplistic. That's a very realistic. I mean, I can see it with my own eyes actually happening.
Right, I know. It's very realistic too. But so you don't believe there's a divine power that's guiding you, Holy Spirit that's inside you, that's guiding your life, that's watching over you?
No.
You don't believe in any of that?
No.
So let me ask you this: what happens after you die?
The same thing. The same thing that happened before I was born.
So you're saying you just become nothing?
No, my energy feeds back into the whole field of energy that is part of this life system.
No. But when you die, you become dirt and sand. Eventually.
No, the sun feeds energy down onto the earth. The plants take up that energy, and ultimately you end up, like, your whole body is fueled by the sun's energy. Whether you got it straight from the plants, or whether you got it from animals that ate the plants, or animals that ate the animals that ate the plants, what have you, you have taken in the sun's energy into your body. That's the thing that fuels your life. Now, when you die, that energy is available for other life forms to come and take. And so, yeah, the stuff that the minerals and stuff that are not part of that sun energy is going to turn to sand and dust. But
so you don't believe there's an afterlife?
No.
You don't believe that you go on living as a spirit?
No, I got no reason to believe any of that.
Well, I'm not saying you have to have a reason, but so you're saying that if somebody kills you, you die and that's it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, that's a pretty I don't know what to say to that. I mean, you don't believe in miracles. You don't believe in miracle healings.
I've seen people, like, get healed in miraculous ways. I don't think it's a God thing.
Okay. So what do you think that might be?
I think that there's a lot of people who are sick because their minds just aren't in the right place.
Right. So you don't, yeah, okay, I see that. You don't believe in Jesus. You don't think Jesus is the only way. You don't go to church, I suppose.
No, I've never been to church in my life.
Okay, you don't believe in Buddhism?
No. Well,
you don't believe in...
There's aspects of Buddhism that I can identify with. The aspects that are based on that are really founded in concrete experiences, but there's other aspects of Buddhism that I don't agree with, like you know, the Buddhism that I've been introduced to. A lot of them will say, like, a lot of Buddhists will say that it's, like, very, very special to be born a human being as compared to an animal. That animal's like a lowlier form of reincarnation, but that you know, it's a very extremely rare thing to be born a human being. When you look at it statistically, there's more human beings than there are rats or rabbits. So wouldn't it be actually more special to be born a rabbit or a rat than a human being? Or just about any animal? Like, human beings are the most numerous mammal species on Earth now. How special is that, to be born a human being. You could be born any other mammal, and actually, that's a rare statistical occurrence. So how are the Buddhists correct in saying it's so precious to be born a human being? You know?
Well, so you don't have any beliefs.
I have plenty of beliefs, but I base them on not on faith.
So you don't have faith.
No.
Wow. So you're just kind of wow. You don't have faith in God. You don't have faith in a good outcome. You base everything on the physical, realistic world that you live in now.
Yeah, I base everything on what can be observed in nature.
Yeah. So you're a very physical man. You're a very physical person. Very realistic.
I think myself so, yeah.
Because it is surprising because I imagine the Blackfoot people are very spiritual.
Yeah, they are, but the spirituality is based on nature.
Because they believe that there's spirits in the trees, spirits in the animals, and all that.
Right.
But you don't believe in any of that, right? You don't believe there's a spirit in trees and.
No, I do feel like there's, that everybody has spirit,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that's part of the sun's energy. That's your unique part of the sun's energy, and when you die, that just disperses into the life system.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's funny, interesting. Because I don't know. I just feel like life would be more difficult without faith.
Hmm.
I think life is easier when you have faith. When you just trust, not anybody, but trust in Lord to Jesus. When you trust in the Lord, and I don't want to sound like an idiot here because I know I sound like a priest now, but
Right.
but I believe that there is a higher being, not made of flesh, that that's watching over us, and that we are, we as humans, the Son of God, we should choose to believe and not ask questions like, "Do you exist?" Because a lot of people would ask, like, if I can't see you, I don't believe in you. Because that's kind of how you are.
Well,
And
I see it the other way. I see myself as the one who's actually not asking those questions, and I see the people who have faith as the ones who are asking those questions and finding their own answers and proclaiming faith in them. Myself, I am only going to know what I can actually really know. I'm not gonna try to have faith in anything that I can't actually know, that I can't actually see in the physical world, that isn't part of the nature that I know. So I see it the other way. I think all the people who are having faith um, in higher powers and this kind of a thing, they are the ones that are actually asking the questions that can't be answered, and they're answering them for themselves, or they're being given answers from books that were written by other people and believe in them, and then criticizing people who like myself are not asking those questions because we know they can't be answered.
right. But do you feel it's the same thing as if, let's say, we go back 300 years ago,
Right.
and I say that, and I say to you that one day you'll be able to talk to somebody halfway across the world, and you might tell me, well, that's not ever gonna happen because I can't see it, I can't feel it, because it doesn't exist. Maybe that technology does exist, but humans have not discovered it until 300 years later.
Right.
And God could be the same thing. It's just that maybe God does exist. We humans just can't see it because some humans choose not to believe in it.
Yeah,
While
well,
others do.
I think, you know, the same thing. When that time comes about, you know, if that was to happen and it was to be the case, then it would be revealed when the time is appropriate. Before that, it's none of my concern.
Mm.
You
So
know?
you're saying you'll only believe it if you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Because you know, the Christians are saying that you have to believe it before you see it.
Yeah, that's absurd to me.
The Christians saying you must have faith in the Lord before you even see Him, you know, with your very eyes.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that if you want to go to heaven, you have to accept Jesus as your Savior.
But I don't want to go to heaven. I just want to be me. I'm not wanting to be anywhere else than where I am. I love being human here on Earth.
Yeah, but you're not going to live forever.
No, I'm not, and I don't care about what happens afterwards.
Well, I think you should care because you know it's your soul, it's your spirit. My point here is I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just kind of raising this up because this is interesting to me.
Yeah.
The Christians are saying that if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell.
Right.
Because he says all humans have sinned. All humans have sinned. And so if you don't believe in Jesus and accept him as your Savior, you're going to hell.
Right.
And hell is basically eternal torture, which means you feel pain, but you'll never not feel pain. And you can't die in hell because you've already died.
Right.
It's like eternal torture, which means somebody could cut you up. You'll never die, but you'll feel the pain.
Yeah.
And that pain is eternal.
Yeah, I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
I think that's just fear tactics. Weird Christian fear tactics. I'm not into that. I'm not worried. I'm not concerned in the least about going to hell.
So if you go to hell, you wouldn't mind?
I don't think there is any hell, so I don't think I have anything to worry about.
Well, but what if you're wrong? What if you find out when you die that there is a hell and heaven? There is a God waiting upstairs.
I don't think that there is. I got zero reason to believe that there is.
Well, right now you don't. But let's just say, you know, as an example, you die and you find out that there is actually a hell.
Right.
And that your soul will be punished to hell because you don't believe in Jesus.
Right.
How would you feel then?
I have no idea.
You'd probably regret not believing in Jesus. You'll probably regret not accepting Jesus as your Savior. I don't know. I mean, I don't know myself. I mean, I believe in God because I've seen the miracles that He has blessed upon me. I've seen miracles that's been blessed upon my friend. And, you know, I may not see it all the time, but I think He's the reason why I'm still alive. I should have died. I should have died a long time ago, to be quite honest. But I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I should have been.
Why does it have to be because of a God?
Because God can move things. Because God is all-knowing, and He's all-powerful. You see, I was supposed to be dead in a bus accident, but I wasn't. I was supposed to be killed by a bus.
Why do you think you were supposed to be?
Because it was pretty obvious the bus was, running at some high speed. It was moving at some incredible speed, and yet I backed away just enough for the bus to not hit me.
Yeah.
It's I mean, if it wasn't the Holy Spirit guiding me right there, I don't think I would be alive.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, yeah, but that's, that's your way of understanding what happened. Mine would
Because I
be
don't think
mine would be that you had a good, human animal instinct, and you were able to avoid the danger, on your own ability.
so. Basically, you're saying that. I mean, you're saying you're saying that because you were born in a well-to-do family, you're not born in a poor family in a slum, and all that stuff is just pure luck.
No. No, I'm not talking about poor and this or that. I'm talking about there was a bus that was going to hit you, but you moved out of the way just in time. And I think that is good animal instinct. I see it all the time in nature.
Hmm. You don't believe that God's guiding these animals to safety?
No. No, I
So
think
you
I
think
think
it's
I think the people, the ones that survive, I mean, I think that's how, like, natural selection works. That the ones that are able um, to escape dangers live longer, have more children. In general, not always the case, but in general, and it makes the species stronger as a whole in the long run.
hmm, it's funny. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think that my abilities are my own, solely my own. I think somebody up there, somebody is responsible for my abilities. For example, for example, you got the house you wanted
Right.
because God was there to bless you with a good credit, and people, and somehow God told those people to help you out with the finances so that you can buy the house. It's not entirely your own, ability.
No, it wasn't my own ability, but I don't believe it was God's either. I had to invest myself in relationships in order to have people that would get my back in the kind of the situation that we got ourselves into, where we needed other people's help.
Yeah.
Some of the people that came to our aid, like, we wouldn't be able to get the house if it wasn't for one of my friends loaning us some money, if it wasn't for my dad sending us some money. We might not be where we were. We also might not be where we were if it wasn't for, finding a mortgage broker who wanted to, like, guide us to do what we needed to do to get our credit to where we need to be, to get, because a lot of people that we talked to in the past would just say, you're not there yet, you need to fix your credit and this kind of thing. But we found someone that would, like, hang with us and coach us along over several months to get us where we needed to be. The reason I found that person was because of another friend who I'd invested in a relationship with. This is where I talk about, what I mean about karma. If you are good to people, good things are going to happen to you from those people. In a paying it forward kind of a way. I don't.
Yeah, I see what.
Yeah, I don't see God in any of it. I'm not saying that that it's my own individual thing. I'm saying it's like it's a social relational thing involving a lot of people, maybe even more than people. You know, sometimes there's like, you know, I've had experiences where I feel like, you know, animals have been part of shaping my life. You know, but I don't have any sense of a higher power beyond the sun. To me, like the sun is like the source of all the energy in life. And it's hard for me to even like fathom.
So you don't think the let me ask you this. You said the brokerage.
Yeah.
The brokerage guy. Do you know him before this?
No.
Right. So don't you think that God is guiding that guy, saying, "Hey, help Ryan with his housing"?
No, I think this. It was a woman, and I think she was just the kind of person that knew in order to build her business as a mortgage broker, you know, she needed to help people who weren't in you know, positioned right to get a mortgage, to get themselves positioned right. It doesn't take a whole lot from her. It just takes a little bit of like, okay, here's where your credit scores are. Here's what you need to do to fix them. And I'm going to be here for you. And I'm going to check in with you once a month and see how you're doing. And ultimately, it pays off for her business-wise to do that, because she ends up getting somebody with, you know, a credit rating going up and buying a house through her.
Okay. Are you afraid of death?
No.
Why not?
Why should I be?
Because when you die, as you believed, there's nothing else. You just die, and other life forms feeds on you, and that's it. There's no afterlife. There's no heaven. There's nothing.
Yeah, and it's not like there's nothing else. It's like it's an extension of the exact same thing that I'm in right now. It's just that I'm in the life system, and I happen to be in the, like, you know, I'm enjoying the fact that I have conscious awareness in life right now.
Right.
But
exactly.
that's not going to last forever. I know that.
So when you lose that consciousness,
yeah,
when you die, you lose consciousness. So aren't you afraid of losing that consciousness?
Well, I don't want to lose it, but
right.
but it's going to be lost. You can't avoid it. So I don't fear it. I'm enjoying it. I'm trying to enjoy it while I have it, you know?
But that's, I don't know. I mean, having no beliefs like that,
it's not that I don't have any beliefs. I believe that the sun is the source of the energy. I just don't believe in things that I can't see.
Well, I understand that. You believe what you can't see.
Right.
I just find it quite, for me, I find it quite sad that everything that happened to me was just simple physics.
It's not, and there's nothing simple about it. This life is very, very complex. It's extremely complex. You know, it's so complex that guys like me have to admit that there's things that, you know, there's things that I can't even start to try to you know, like what happens after death. All I know is what I know. But the, you know, like, for instance, this whole conscious thing, right? We got this consciousness and all of this. And I feel like we got spirit. What happens to all of that after death and stuff? I can't know that. So I can't even start to talk about it. and I'm sure not gonna accept it from any book or what anybody else has said. I know that people, it's just beyond the capacity of people to know any of that. So
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna worry about it. It has nothing to do with me right now. Right now I'm living, and I need to just enjoy that. You know, I'm not gonna try to. It's so complex that it's beyond human ability to know anything about it. So I'm not going
But
to
then
bother
you,
myself
but,
with it.
right? But then you married Mahoney. Is it your wife's name, right?
Right.
You married her because you had a dream
Yep.
about some guy chasing you with an axe or something like that, saying that if you leave this woman, you're never going to have another life partner.
Right.
That's what you said. So clearly, you believe your dreams. I mean, you acted upon it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got married that day after you had the dream because you believe in so much in it. So
yeah, because that's
have,
something I actually experienced. So
well,
if I actually experience it,
but it's just a dream. How would you experience a dream? It's just a dream. It's not. It doesn't happen for real. It's just a dream.
well,
You know
a dream is real. A dream is actually something that actually happens. It's a dream. It actually happened.
Happens?
I actually experienced it. I don't experience God. But I experience a dream.
Well, I know that, but it's just a dream. It's inside your head while you're sleeping.
I don't know that it's inside of my head. All I know is that that's something that I experienced.
I'm pretty sure nobody was chasing you with an axe trying to kill you or telling you those things, right?
They were in the dream.
Yeah, it's just a dream. I mean, I could dream about some silly stuff about having oranges and all that. This doesn't mean I'm having it right now. I had a dream. I had a dream that I was in a relationship with a blonde woman.
Right.
But I know for sure that I never had a relationship with any blonde woman. You know.
Right.
So how is that real? How is that something that I experience? It's just a dream. It's just something I thought about.
Yeah, well there are things that I feel like are just dreams. And then there are dreams that I have that feel like they're like messages to me. And so when I get a dream that I feel like is important, that is telling me something about my life, then I'll go ahead and I'll follow what that dream is telling me. I don't have to try to understand it and where it's coming from and project some, that it's a higher power or God or anything. I don't have to think about any of that stuff.
Right.
All I know is that to me, I felt like that dream is giving me some direction of something that I should do, and so I'll do it.
So you don't think about where that dream is coming from, who's giving you that instruction and all that stuff?
No.
You don't think about who that guy is chasing you, who that guy is?
Well, the figures that were in the dream, I do think about who those people are, for sure.
So who's that guy?
I don't know who the guy is, but I know who the spirit is that I encountered that told me, what I needed to do.
Who was it?
That was the moon.
The moon?
Yeah.
What's that?
You know that thing in the sky?
Well, no, I mean, I know that, but I'm talking about moon. I'm not sure what you mean by the moon. I thought maybe it's your ex-girlfriend's name or something like that.
No, I think it's the actual moon.
I don't know how the moon can talk to anyone. I mean, the moon is just a physical planet. I mean, not a planet, but a physical rock up in space.
Right.
It can't talk to you. Just like the sun. The sun is just some heated ball. It's just a massive ball of heat. That's it.
Well, that massive ball of heat contains everything that has ever created any life on this planet. So
yeah, that's it. But it doesn't tell you to marry Mahoney.
Well, in this case, yeah, that's what happened. Was the moon told me to marry Mahoney.
The moon told you?
Yeah.
I don't buy that. Sorry. It doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense to me, but that's because...
It makes sense to me that God is telling you to do that, but not the moon, though. moon is just a physical rock. It's just a rock. I mean, at least from my perspective, it's just a rock.
Yeah, so why can't a rock tell you something? It makes more sense to me that a rock would tell you something than a make-believe God. At least a rock is physically, tangibly right there.
Yeah, but it doesn't talk to you.
How do you know? Why would a God talk to you when it's imaginary as compared to a rock that's actually there?
Well, because I can feel God.
Yeah, but I I can actually show you the moon. So there it is, right there.
I see the moon every night, and I never feel even once that the moon is talking to me whatsoever.
Yeah, but that's because culturally you were not told that the moon can tell you things. You were told that God can tell you things. But if you were if you were culturally groomed to the understanding that the moon could tell you things, then maybe you would think that the moon can tell you things.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I guess it's just a cultural thing. You're right.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Because even in that dream, like what I encountered that I thought was the moon, that spirit being, looked exactly like what people say the aliens look like. The gray aliens look like. But I think that because of the culture, there's a different interpretation of what that experience is.
All right, so you're saying, let me just make this clear. So you're saying that whatever you dreamed of actually happened to you.
Yeah.
So the fact that I was in a relationship with this blonde woman, that actually happened.
It depends on the dream. I do have dreams that I think are just dreams that just happen in your head, like you were saying. But then I have dreams. But then I also have dreams that I think are actual experiences that are occurring, that are giving me direction in my life.
Okay, so how do you tell the difference?
I just tell the difference by the sensation that it leaves me with. There's some dreams that I'll have that are extremely vivid, and that I wake up just thinking that was giving me direction in my life. And then I have a lot of dreams that are just kind of entertaining to me, that I don't feel like that at all.
Well, I did tell you one time on a YouTube comment that I had a dream that was so strong.
Yeah.
And it was that dream with the blonde lady. So, and you told me that, well, if it's a strong dream, then it must have happened. That's what you said.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I guess according to your belief, it must have happened to me.
Yeah, if there was something that felt, like a really strong experience, then I would.
Yeah, it was, because I don't have. See, the thing for me is I rarely have dreams. Any dream at all. I never have them. In fact, the last dream I had was exactly that, with the blonde lady. I don't have any other dreams after that.
Right.
So it is. I mean, the way you're telling me now, it kind of makes me think about it.
Yeah.
Because I never had any other crazy, silly dreams about me being chased by a goose or a duck.
Right.
For me, that was it. That was the most significant dream I had.
Right.
And that was almost 2 months ago.
Yeah. So so for me, a dream, a dream, a very vivid and seemingly meaningful dream, is important. I'll follow a dream for sure. I've followed several of them in my lifetime. One time, I don't know if you ever saw that video, but I had these pet iguanas. I had two of them. One was a little bit bigger than the other, and I had built this wooden enclosure for them with a plexiglass front. And one time I had this dream where the smaller of the two iguanas, I seen him in the dream hanging upside down from. I had this like branch in there. He was hanging upside down from the branch, and one of his toes on his rear foot was curled over the top of the branch, and his toenail was stuck in this like crack in the branch. So he's basically hanging from a toenail upside down. And
oh my God!
Yeah,
that must hurt.
Yeah, exactly. And he was telling me, he was speaking to me in my mind in the dream, and he told me, "You need to come and help me, or I'm gonna die."
Oh.
And it was very vivid, and I woke up, and it was so vivid that I thought I need to go look and check
Right.
and check it out. And when I went in the other room, sure enough, the little iguana was hanging upside down just like that.
Just like in your dream.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly like in my dream. 100% match.
Wow, that's insane, man.
Yeah.
That's an amazing story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and from that, what I took from that was that animals can actually talk to you when they're in that kind of desperation. They can talk into your mind, but sometimes I think our consciousness kind of shields us from that.
Right.
And in the sleep mode, maybe they're able to get through.
Yeah, you might be right. So, okay, well, so is it possible for strangers, somebody you've never met before, to talk to you in your dreams?
I would think so. Yeah.
Just with that blonde lady, for example, because I've never met her before.
Yeah, I would think that there's potential for if a iguana can do it, I think there'd be potential for anything that's alive to be able to talk to you in your dream.
I know, but you happen to know the iguana, right? He's your pet,
right?
But this woman, I have no idea who she is. I don't know where she lives. I just know what she looks like, and that's it. I don't even know. I've never met her in my life before.
Yeah.
And it was so vivid. I can remember everything, including the breakfast, the lunch, everything, the location, everything.
Yeah.
So how do you explain that?
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about it. I mean, it's like the guy that was chasing me with the stick was very vivid.
Yeah.
But he was almost like a symbol within the dream. The real messenger was that spirit that I ended up encountering on the wooded hill. And she told me the reason that guy was chasing me was because...
Wait, who is she?
The moon.
Oh, you mean the spirit in your dream?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and she told me that guy that was chasing me because he was upset because I kept throwing people away.
But why would you throw people away? Did you just throw your ex-girlfriends away?
Yeah, I threw everybody away.
Why?
That was the way I used to live. I used to just be doing my thing, and when I had, grown in a different direction, I would just go do my thing, and I wouldn't ever look back when, I just blow people off and be gone, You
mean you dump them or something?
I wouldn't even necessarily dump them. I just disappear.
You mean you just move to another city or move to another house?
Yeah, I'd move. I'd go do my own thing. I wouldn't, I wouldn't maintain contacts, relationships, nothing. I just, I was done with that. I was on my way doing other things now, you know?
Okay, so you do that because there was some kind of argument, conflict, or
Nope.
just nothing,
Nope. It could just be nothing. It
and you would
could,
just move out.
it could just be like I'm going in a different direction, and so I just go. I'd
Right.
go. Sometimes I wouldn't say anything. It would just be, gone. I did that with men. I did that with women, girlfriends. I did that with guys that I was just buddies with and stuff. And I was just like, all right, I'm done. I'm tired of that. I'm doing this other thing. And, and I would never look back.
And that was in New York or Boston.
When I had the dream, I was in Boston, but it was no. Well, I had the dream, I was in New York, but then I went to Boston immediately after that, to do some research. But it was while I was staying in City Island that I actually had the dream, and then when I got back from Boston is when Mahoney came to stay with me in City Island. That's when. So it was like a week between actually having the dream and having her there stay with me, to where I didn't propose, but she heard me propose.
Yeah, that's another funny thing. So when you had the dream, you and Mahoney have been dating for years.
No, we'd been dating for maybe a month and a half.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And then you just said that you proposed to her in spirit, in mind,
Yeah, I
in the
was
mind,
I was thinking to myself, like, she was telling me some
yeah,
story. I don't even
and
remember
she
what it
heard it.
was. Yeah, yeah, she heard it.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It's like it's mind reading to the max.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, after hearing the story, I kind of want to switch my faith in a way, and not believe in God so much, but believe in you know what I can feel, what I can see, what I can dream, that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah,
Because it
well,
makes more sense to do that instead of just create some imaginary figure
yeah, well,
that.
that's where I'm at. I'm not trying to evangelize anybody or turn anybody onto it, but
No,
I'm
no,
just
no. I'm
saying
not
that's
saying you
that's
are.
how I
No
am,
way.
you know?
No, that's. I'm not saying you are trying to evangelize me. I'm just saying that I'm kind of hooked into this thing
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
Because I feel it. Because you might be right. Because I don't see God.
Right.
I can feel. I somehow I can feel the miracles. But that's the thing. You have to explain these miracles. Where do they come from? You
Well,
know.
sometimes you don't have to explain them. Sometimes you can just accept that something miraculous happened that you can't explain. You know, Sometimes the explanations will come to you in some way or some form. Like maybe in a dream you'll learn where it came from, or maybe you'll in some other way you'll come to understand it. But the idea that you have to come up with an explanation for it, that's what leads people down that road of make believe, you know?
Mm,
And,
yeah.
I feel like sometimes you can just leave some things unexplained, and maybe you'll never have an explanation for them. Maybe an explanation will come 10 or 12 years later to you. You'll understand it. But you don't have the tools at the moment.
Right. Right. But that proposal, that spiritual proposal, is what intrigues me because I'm not sure if I had this happen to me, but I don't think I ever had this happen to me before, where somebody can just read my mind
Yeah,
and know exactly what I'm trying to say without saying it.
yeah,
I'm not sure it's ever happened to me before. But then I've heard stories about people describing afterlives. This guy called Doc, Eben, Alexander or something. He's a neurologist. He had this near death experience, and then he came back to talk, telling us about how he's seen the angels, how he's seen this heaven, and all that.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
I choose to believe him because I don't see why he would lie about it.
Yeah.
Why would he lie about it? Just to make money?
Yeah. No, I don't think people lie about that stuff. I think that the culture informs the experience. Like for me with my dream, that spirit that I ran into, I end up understanding as the moon. But if I was more immersed in another culture, I might think that I got abducted by aliens that night. You know, it all depends on where you're coming from. So if you're versed in the Christian story, then you're gonna end up seeing angels and heaven and this kind of stuff. But
Okay, so what if? Sorry, what if you're not?
if you're from another culture, you're gonna end up having probably a different interpretation of your experience.
So you're saying it's all about what you want to believe.
In some respect, yeah. I mean, you definitely have the dream experience, whatever that might be. Or if you have like these people that have had like near death and they have something like basically like a dream, you know,
Yeah.
you definitely have that experience. But what you perceive that experience to be, I think, is going to be dependent on your cultural teachings. You know,
Right, I understand that. So it could be, you're saying it could be just a dream for him.
I'm not
He may
just
not be.
I'm not saying just a dream. It might be a very important thing, but how he understands that, I think, is going to be dependent on his cultural upbringing. It's the
Yeah.
same. It's the same for me. Like if I have an experience where some people might have the cultural upbringing that they think this is divine intervention, I'm gonna think, this snake told me to do something, or this animal, or this the sun transformed himself into a human shape and came and told me something, you know. And other people are going to see angels and God, and other people are going to see aliens or Sasquatches or whatever, you know.
Well, ever since then, have you had any other, this kind of thing, this kind of phenomenon?
Um,
Recently, for example?
I had that a couple of different experiences recently, but nothing quite like as life changing as that. But I had a dream experience that I talked about on a video recently, where I was basically given kind of almost like a Zen like message for how I should be um, more in the moment with what's going on and less concerned about the future. I had a couple of years ago, and that I did a video on as well, an experience where one of the where I in the park where I train a lot of times, one of the trees there in a dream like expressed to me that it was almost like it felt neglected because I wasn't training with that tree. So then the next morning I went out there and specifically trained with that tree, and it felt really good. You know,
Well, I think that's
like
just on your mind.
it
It's just,
maybe.
I don't know, but it's interesting. It's interesting how you're personifying the trees now.
Right.
They're telling me that the trees have feelings.
Yeah, well, it's a living being. Why shouldn't it? You know?
Yeah, true. But then a rock is dead.
I don't know. You ever eaten some funky mushrooms?
Well, mushrooms are living things.
Right.
But rocks, I mean, just rocks.
Well, if you eat some funky mushrooms, you might see that there's a life force in more things than you perceive right now.
Right.
You know, like you say that a rock is just a rock, but that might be dependent on your perception and even your cultural perception. You've been raised all your life being told a rock is just a rock. There's other cultures where people are told, you know, that rocks are alive, you know?
You know, if that was the case, then how come your dream didn't kind of warn you about the Montana kids trying to start something with you? You were on your way to a grocery store, I believe.
Yeah. Well, there's a ton of stuff that happens in my life that I don't get any predictive dreams about, you know?
Hmm. Were those kids Latino, Mexican, or something?
No, they were Crow Indians.
What do you mean? They're Native Americans?
Yeah, yeah, from the Crow tribe.
Oh, well, that explains it. Because I thought these kids were, you know, white punks.
No, they were Crow.
So are you saying that in Montana there's actually more Native Americans than white people?
No, I don't know what the actual statistics are, but in Montana and Alberta, where I live and stuff, there's really, you know, there's high populations of Native people. You know, I think this is what causes the, you know, this is what brings about the kind of the specifically like Native white racial tensions in these places. You know, you go to other places like where I was growing up in Oregon, the two majority populations were probably white and Mexican, and so that was the big racial tension. You know, and you go to places like in the South where the two big populations are white and black, then that's the big racial tension. You know.
So where's the racial tension between whites and the Chinese?
Maybe there is none because, you know, maybe there is not a place like that because there's not a place where the two major races are white and Chinese.
Are you sure about that?
No, I'm not sure about that. But if there is a place where out of all the different races, the two that are most numerous are white and Chinese, then I would hypothesize that would be the place where there would be racial tension between them.
But what about Vancouver? Have you been to Vancouver?
Yeah, I have.
I heard there's a lot of Asians there.
There are, but you know, when you talk about Asians, that's a huge generality. There's also a lot of Native people there.
Well, I mean, you know, East Asians like Japanese, Korean.
There's a ton of Japanese people there. Yeah.
Right.
I would say predominantly, yeah, I would say predominantly probably Japanese and white.
Right. So don't you think there would be racial tension in Vancouver between the Japanese, East Asians, and white people?
I would think, eh? But doesn't seem to be a big deal, no.
Exactly. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Most of the big deals are between white and black or white and Mexicans.
Right.
That seems to me like there's a tendency in North America to have a tension between white and blacks, especially white and black people.
Yeah.
There's just two opposing factors, and there's
Well,
some degree with the Latinos, but
it may also be because there's a history of, um, what would you call it? There's a
slavery.
well, that's pinpointing it. But if you're talking about like the same kind of thing that happens with the white and Mexican or the white and native thing, there's a history of oppression. That's what I would say. Eh? There's a
But
history.
with the Japanese, there's less so.
Yeah.
But I would imagine there would be a heck of a lot of oppression with the Vietnamese.
Yeah, I would think so.
But then again, they all look alike. The Japanese, the Vietnamese, they all look alike anyway. So
I don't think so.
no,
No.
you said you speak Vietnamese, right?
Not really. I speak a little bit of what I can remember is mainly how to count. I was in a Vietnamese immersion class for grade 4. It was all Vietnamese, but mainly what I remember is how to count in Vietnamese.
You know, it would be crazy to see you walking down the street in Jakarta. Well, actually, to see you in person in Jakarta would be crazy.
Yeah.
It would be. I wonder how you would actually react to all the stares that you get.
Yeah, I don't know.
But you know, you've never been outside of English speaking countries. You've been to Australia. You've
Yeah,
been to the UK,
that's right.
but you've never been to Thailand or any of those places.
No. No. No, I've never been to anywhere in Asia actually. Anywhere in Asia or anywhere on the African continent, anywhere in South America.
But then I suppose your trip to Hawaii would be very similar to your trip to Thailand,
I don't know.
because you know Hawaii is mostly what Japanese people there or white people.
Japanese,
I mean Asians.
Japanese and Hawaiian. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean Hawaiians don't Hawaiians and Japanese people look alike anyways? They're all Asians.
No, Hawaiians look more like Samoan.
You mean like Indonesians?
I don't know.
Because I don't know what a Samoan looks like, to be honest.
Um, you know what Maori people look like from New Zealand?
Well, New Zealand people look white.
The British New
Unless,
Zealand people maybe. But
yeah, but I don't see the thing is I don't really know the native people, the
yeah,
Aborigines, the you know this kind of thing. I don't know. I just think when I think of New Zealand and Australia, I just think of white people.
yeah, that's the opposite of me.
You know, I don't think of the Maoris, the traditionals, the native people that's been there for thousands of years. I don't think about it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
because the culture, you know, it's just the way it is. The white people dominate.
yeah. They colonize. That's what they do. That's all.
Yeah, they're colonized and they're super successful at it.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, they wipe the face of the Maori people away and they put a white face on it, and they say the next time you think about New Zealand, you think of white people, not the Maoris.
yeah,
You know, that's you know, and the white people has been successful at it. That's why
yeah,
I think the white people is they're the strongest race in the history of humankind. You know, they could wipe they could wipe anybody away. I mean, you don't think of these half naked men and women when you think of New Zealand.
Well, I do, but
Yeah, you do because you're a naturalist. You know you study people,
right.
so that's different. But for the common folks like me, we just go what's on the book. That's it.
Yeah.
But but it makes sense. I mean, if you look at Europe, most of Europe is extremely rich. You look at Sweden, you look at Norway. These countries are extremely rich. You look at the UK. All these countries are rich, and these are the people. These are the places where white people are actually native to.
Right.
So they're doing well in their own country. And look at Indonesia. The Indonesians in their own land, and they're not prosperous within their own land.
Well, they were fine before they started being colonized.
I'm not sure about whether they're fine or not. I don't think they're fine. They were ruled by the Maharaja, or is it the Majapahit kingdom back then? But I don't think they were prosperous. They didn't have a lot of the things that the Westerners have, like the Black Plague.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade. I gotta get off so I can get some sleep before work.
Yeah, good idea. I think I have to eat my lunch.
It's about midday there, hey?
No, it's almost evening. It's evening.
Really? Wow.
It's like I was talking to you when it was morning, and now the sun is fading out, and the sun's about to set actually, and it's dark. It's about to get dark here. It's almost dinner time.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
So I've been talking to you from breakfast to dinner.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Yeah, I remember the last podcast you had with was it Ryan or Wayne?
Wayne, yeah.
Wayne, yeah, Rain, yeah. It didn't last for more than what, 2 hours?
Right.
And you guys were just strictly talking about self-defense and martial arts.
Yeah.
You didn't talk about anything else.
Yeah. Yeah.
And diet, a little bit on diet and juicing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to try to get more of the guys that are commenting on my stuff to get on Skype and do a session with me, but
what happened to the other guy you were contacting but never heard from?
That Jonathan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him a bit, but he doesn't seem to be interested in doing a Skype session, so I might check with some of the other guys. We'll see.
Okay. You might try Mr. Kitana or something like that.
Yeah, he would be good.
Mr. Kitani, and there's like a bunch of other fans you have.
Yeah. Yeah, he would be good if I can get him on.
Or you can re-invite Johnny. What's it? Travis? Yeah, Travis.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard from him for a while. He kind of disappeared.
Well, that's because FMK is destroyed. That's why he's gone.
Yeah.
He exists primarily to take FMK down.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you took it down, that's it. His job, his mission is complete.
That's right.
And so he disappears. But when FMK comes back, I'm pretty sure this guy's gonna come back.
Yeah.
Man, yeah. Freddy's got a lot of haters. And I was just thinking, while you're on your way to New York, you might want to stop by in Chicago.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah,
I don't know what he's gonna do when he sees you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, me, I just got no interest in him right now. Every once in a while, like every day, somebody sends me some message about something Freddie's doing, and most of them I blow off. Every once in a while, there's something that's interesting.
Actually, recently he has a 2-hour interview
Yeah,
with some guy on Skype.
yeah, somebody tipped me off to that interview, and I watched about
Right.
5 minutes of it, and then I turned it off because it was just the same old Freddie, you know?
The same old Freddy. He's talking about ground fighting and how it's violent,
Yeah,
and how being a martial arts, it's all about peace and not, blah blah blah.
yeah,
Basically, what he's saying, he's promoting peace and not violence.
right.
That's what he's saying. That's really his main message, really. I mean,
Yeah, that's what he's been saying all along, but it's not the truth. I mean, he's promoting peace, but he's doing it by putting everybody else down and calling people fags and, you know.
and I see that guy. The white guy? I mean, what's his name? He came back. He was on a 6-month hiatus.
Oh yeah, Derek.
Yeah. Derek. There you go. Derek. He came back.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, yeah, he's
And
he's back in Chicago.
have you ever spoken to him before?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Would he be interested in doing a Skype interview with you?
I could probably get him to do one. Yeah, he's
Because I've been trying to contact him, but I get no response from him at all.
huh. No, I've
I
I've
get no
I've
response.
Skyped with him before. Yeah.
I left him a YouTube comment, but he didn't respond to that.
Hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've Skyped with him before, and you know, I've trained with him like in person, and he right now he's kind of like on a he's a crusader trying to save the world. He's really interested in what's going on in the Middle East, and especially between Israel and Palestine, and I don't know. I tire of it all. That's on the other side of the world for me, you know.
Well, I got tired of. It's funny how after we did the 8-hour marathon,
Right.
I've got people like Omega Scooter and Kenny giving me a hard time on what do you think about Freddie now? You still think he's a guru? You still think he's a sifu?
Right.
What do you say, Steve? Huh? What do you say, Sour?
Right.
They're trying to get me to confess that he's an idiot or something like that. Oh, I mean, these like losers.
Yeah. Well, there's still people out there who their whole online life is following Freddie, and you know that's sad. But
Yeah, they're so sad. You still think Freddie's Sifu?
right.
They still ask me that. Like, yeah, they want me to say no
Right.
because I used to be a Freddie supporter, but I don't know. I don't want to hate on him. I guess I just said I don't want to hate on him
Yeah.
because he's a small case to me.
Yeah.
He's nothing.
Yeah.
He doesn't bother me.
I was cool with Freddie until he started attacking me personally. That's when I said something back. But if he had never attacked me personally, then it wouldn't have been a problem. He can believe whatever, I thought our agreement was he follows his artistic vision and expresses himself however he needed to say whatever he wanted to say, whatever he's perceiving, and I had the freedom to do the same. But when he, and we wouldn't criticize each other. Like I didn't criticize his shit. until he started criticizing me, and then I was like, all right.
Yeah, you could be. I mean, if you and Freddie were in good terms, you could be training with Derek right now.
Yeah, I could. I'm glad I'm not. I'm glad that Freddie decided to kick me out for my non-genetic homosexual tendencies.
You mentioned you had some problems at your job. Are you still having that problems?
Yeah, I'm still having problems at my job.
You said there are some program changes.
Yeah.
What's the change in program and all that stuff?
Well, it's mainly a change in administration, and I don't know. I've put in an application for a different job, so I may have a change coming up. If it actually goes through, I'll definitely be putting some stuff on YouTube. I'm not right now because I'm trying to keep it a little bit on the lowdown. I
understand that.
Yeah,
You did a podcast with another guy, where you actually did a podcast face to face. I don't know.
Yeah.
A Canadian guy, a white guy.
Yeah.
Bald.
Yeah, Aaron.
Yeah. So are you still doing that podcast with him?
That was a one-time deal. He just asked me to come on. He does a regular podcast. That's his podcast.
Oh, okay.
And he asked me to be a guest on his podcast. So I brought my camera and I was like, "Hey, if I'm gonna be a guest, I'm gonna record it." And
so how did you come to know
him? Through karate. He did Gohakukai karate with me in the past.
Oh. So you're not reappearing, like make a reappearance on this show?
I wouldn't doubt if he asked me to come on again, but it's it's not a regular thing or anything. Yeah, but yeah, it's almost getting on toward 3 a.m. here, so I need to sign out and catch a couple of Z's before the next day's work.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
So, good luck with your diet, because I know you're on a diet program.
Yeah.
And you're trying to cut down on the coffee and drink exclusively lime water.
Yeah, lemon. I've been drinking a lot of lemon and lime water, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, but then you've been pigging out on the spaghetti.
Yeah, last night I had spaghetti night, and I don't know. I've had my on and off days.
Yeah, but then you said because you're on a more strict diet next week, you're binging.
Yeah.
You're binge eating. You're eating all kinds of stuff before you have to kind of become real strict on your diet.
Yeah, that's kind of typically how I am. If I know I'm going to stop something, I overdo it right beforehand.
So, well, what do? You eat a whole bunch of McDonald's and Inca chips?
No. But, like, last night I ate a lot of chocolate.
Oh, really? So you're a chocolate maniac?
I haven't been much in the past, but as I've been trying to clean up, I've kind of taken the chocolate as a late night snack kind of a thing. And last night I just had a little chocolate binge. So, but
okay.
Yeah, I need to get to bed, man.
Yeah, definitely. So, nice chatting with you again.
Yeah.
This is the third session.
Yeah, it'll be good. I think there was actually a lot of people checked out our previous sessions, so.
Yeah, That was the last time, yeah, with you and was it? Oh yeah, you with the magpie, right? It was a picture of you and the magpie.
Oh, it might have been. Might have
Yeah.
been.
So yeah.
Cool. Oh, yeah, starting to yawn. Better head to the bed.
Yeah. So I'll see you on the comments section.
Sounds good, Steve.
All right. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, man.